In 1944, the nursing profession in South Africa was the first in the world to obtain self-regulation and be granted autonomy in terms of the Nursing Act No. 45 of 1944. The existence of the SA Nursing Council as a statutory professional body is therefore mandated by the Nursing Act 1944 through an Act of Parliament. Since its inception in 1944, a process to transform the council continued, culminating in the amalgamation of the previously existing nursing councils, then named Bophuthatswana, Ciskei, Transkei, and South African, to form the South African Interim Nursing Council in 1995. This led to the inauguration of the first Democratic Nursing Council in June 1998, the first among all professional councils to establish a democratic council. This council continued with the transformative process whereby a process of repealing the Nursing Act 1978 was initiated. Recommendations by a ministerial task team in 2001, which revisited all acts of health professions, were captured in the Nursing Act 2005 and form the philosophical background for the content of the revised and current Nursing Act No. 33 of 2005. The primary purpose of the Act is to transform the Nursing Council in order to increase the protection of the interests of the public and to promote greater accountability of council members and management. In terms of Section 3 of the Nursing Act 2005, the Nursing Council is to establish, improve and control conditions, standards and quality of nursing education and training. Section 4 of the Nursing Act makes provision for the accreditation and inspection of nursing education institutions, the monitoring of assessments conducted by accredited institutions, the conducting of nursing examinations, and the granting of diplomas and certificates. Section 58, subsection 1F of the Nursing Act 2005 provides for the making of regulations relating to qualifications and the conditions to be complied with, which entitles a person to be registered as a nursing practitioner. The council members of the SA Nursing Council are elected via a nomination process and are appointed by the Minister of Health. The council comprises 25 members for a period of 5 years. The chairperson and registrar of the council are both appointed by the Minister of Health. The council is self-funding, mainly through the annual fee collection from members. There are currently 11 working committees within council, assisting it in carrying out its mandate in terms of the Act. These committees are Executive Committee, Professional Conduct Committee, Preliminary Investigating Committee, Impairment Committee, Section 51 of the Act, Laws, Practice and Standards Committee, Education Committee, Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, Communication and Marketing Committee, ICT Governance Committee, Finance Committee, Audit and Risk Committee. The Executive Committee comprises the chairperson, the vice chairperson, and 6 council members appointed within the scope of the Nursing Act. This is the only committee that may exercise all the powers and perform all functions of the council except for inquiries into charges of unprofessional conduct and amending or setting aside decisions of the council. The vision of the SA Nursing Council is excellence in professionalism and advocacy for healthcare users, and is underscored by its mission that states, "We serve and protect healthcare users by regulating nursing and midwifery professions." Guided by the values of advocacy, caring, quality, professionalism, innovation, relevance. The objectives of the South African Nursing Council are to serve and protect the public, perform its functions in the best interest of the public, promote the provision of nursing services to the inhabitants of the Republic, establish, improve and control conditions as well as standards and quality of nursing education and training, maintain professional conduct and practice standards for practitioners, promote and maintain liaison and communication with all stakeholders, advise the Minister on the amendment or adaptation of this Act, be transparent and accountable to the public in achieving its objectives and in performing its functions, uphold and maintain professional and ethical standards within nursing, and promote the strategic objectives of the Council. The business areas within the Nursing Council comprise the Secretariat, Education and Training, Finance and Administration, Human Resources, Information Technology and Management, Legal Affairs, Marketing and Communication, and Professional Practice. The Nursing Council currently has 150 staff members, of which 18 are in management positions. The Council head office is situated at 602 Pretorius Street, Arcadia, Pretoria. Contact us on the South African Nursing Council, guardian of the nursing profession.
Can we take our seats, please? We've just been watching the video. And can I request all the presenters to ascend the stage, please? There are 4 presenters for this session. If you can ascend the stage and take the seats in front. Good morning, leadership of the profession. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say this is a beautiful day. It's a little bit sunny after a rainy time and hours last night. And I hope you had a good night. And even those that were on the dance floor like myself, I hope you had good time to rest and to sleep so that we can continue with our nursing Indaba. This is very critical because we came here for a purpose. We are now in the second day of the nursing Indaba, and I take it you have had some time to reflect on the concept Indaba. We are not here as a talk show, talk and eat and go home. We have made a commitment, listening at the presentation, listening at the comments and also the questions. When we move here as the SANC, as the healthcare services in the country, as academic institutions, as nurse managers, as leaders, we have a lot of work to do. Very important, reflecting on yesterday's program. We had looked into the strategic commitment of the SANC, the nursing education developments, including the career pathing. The National Department of Health, we got some acknowledgement of the work that we do as a profession. Critically important, we also look into the governance, the centers, the colleges as centers of excellence with the Western Cape experience that was shared with us. The CPD and technology, the implication thereof on the service that we render as a profession. The professional conduct and the challenges that we are faced with. And we have been reminded that some of those cases, we lose the cases because we end up pleading guilty. And we also look into the role of the Nursing Association. We cannot wish the Nursing Association and labor away. They are our partners. This is how the world works. And it is because it is the association that looks into the bread and butter of the nurses. I just want to emphasize that to the leadership of the profession. And very important, we had the Excellence Award, reminding us, let's recognize those that pursue excellence in the work that they do, and critically important, appreciate that let's inculcate the culture of excellence in what we do as nurse leaders of this country. Without any waste of time, I want to take this opportunity to introduce my first speaker for the day, Professor Nicholas Crisp. He is a medical doctor and a public health specialist and honorary professor in public health medicine at the University of Pretoria. He was the Superintendent General, the head of the Department of Health and Welfare, Limpopo, where he served from 1995 to 1999. That's where I met him as my SG at Mulman Building. Yes. Prof. Crisp was then a self-employed consultant and has worked on projects in several African countries, including South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, and Tanzania. In 2009, he served as a special advisor to Minister Barbara Hogan. He was intimately involved in the establishment of the National Health Laboratory Service, the transfer of medical legal mortuaries from police to health, and the creation of a forensic pathology services, and in the establishment of the South African Health Product Regulatory Authority, what we call SAPRA. He is now employed as Deputy Director General in the National Department of Health, National Health Insurance, and like everyone else, was diverted to support the COVID-19 response for a while. Over to you, Prof. Nicholas.
Thank you very much, Program Director Smagoro, and nice to see you again after, 30 years, 40 years, whatever. And thank you to all of those I met outside that I met 30, 40 years ago as well. So lovely to see you in this forum today. Let me start off by acknowledging all of you and the whole nursing profession for the amazing job that you do and for the unbelievable support you gave us while we were trying to understand COVID and respond to COVID. Every day was a challenge. We didn't know what we were dealing with. We didn't know how to deal with it. We were seeing people getting sick, including many of you and your colleagues. We lost friends and colleagues who died, and it was incredible to see the way that the profession responded. And I think you really owe yourselves a round of applause for that amazing response. So this is not the first, and nor will it be the last time that we need to respond in incredible ways. And those of us who've been around a long time, and I see quite a lot of gray hair here, and myself too, we've been around in the system for a very long time. We've been through ups and downs, crises, hospital crises, public crises. Today we wake up to the news there's diphtheria again. We're going through a measles epidemic. Some of us are old enough to have seen polio epidemic. So our job will never end. And our job is to make sure that the people that we are trained to look after and that we are employed to look after are indeed looked after. It's not their job to do that. We need to provide them with the information to prevent preventable diseases, but we need to act. And we are in the leadership positions. Those of you who are here, obviously senior, you've been around a long time. We need to take responsibility. We need to make sure that the young colleagues, I'm talking now in the 30s and 40s, and even for me it would mean in the 50s, that those young colleagues take over the reins from we oldies who've been around forever and take responsibility for where we are going. We are on the threshold of a major transformation. Massive reforms are required in order to get better outcomes in this country. So what I want to talk to you about is, at the high level, what is national health insurance and why are we embarking on these reforms? And I want to talk about what the nurse's role may or may not be, depending on how you interpret where we are going. So what's the problem? The problem is that we spend a huge amount of money on healthcare in South Africa, and we get very poor outcomes for that huge input that we put into our health systems. Now, to put it in some numbers, We spend 8.5% of our GDP on healthcare every year. That's somewhere around 550 billion rand a year. You can argue with the margins of the figures, and they're never absolute. But that's a lot of money. 550 billion, at least, is spent by us as South Africans on healthcare. The challenge we have is that other countries who are spending way less than this and are in the same kind of socioeconomic classification of countries as ourselves, like Colombia, Thailand, and so on, spend only about 5.5% to 6% of their GDP on healthcare, but they get better health outcomes. Even countries close to us in Africa that spend 2% and 3% of their very small GDPs on healthcare are getting better maternal outcomes, as good child health outcomes like infant mortality as we are getting. So we are doing something horribly wrong. We need to really introspect on what are we doing as health professionals, and how do we reform and spend this incredible amount of money better. So that's what the National Health Insurance is about. So our goal is universal health coverage. You will see lots of debates, especially in the newspapers and Parliament at the moment, because the bill is close to passing, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And you will hear people saying, we've already got universal health coverage. Anybody can go to a public hospital or clinic and get health care anytime, so we've got universal health coverage. Well, that's not the definition of universal health coverage. Universal health coverage is not a South African invention. It's not something unique to us. UHC is a World Health Organization program, and we report biannually on our progress towards UHC at the WHO. And it comes from a United Nations declaration that we are signatories to, that we will reform our health systems to achieve universal health coverage. So we are one of almost 50 countries that are embarking on reforms to try and achieve universal health coverage. So we need to understand what it is. And in its easiest description, sort of the headlines on the WHO website, it says every person gets the health care that they need, when they need it, where they need it, without incurring financial hardship. So in this country, we do not have universal health coverage because we don't get the health care that we need when we need it. Many people wait for stage 4 cancer or until they have a stroke before they get treated for where they could have had an early intervention, or they could have been on antihypertensive medication early before they had a stroke. But because the system is designed in such a way, many people do not get the health care that they need when they need it. And we often don't get it where we need it because it's not available. So people like me who've spent our clinical lives in rural Limpopo, okay, it was a long time ago, will know that healthcare is not accessible to everybody. And it's often not accessible because people are poor and they can't travel at their own cost to get something simple. And they can't take off from work. And they can't leave the kids. And they can't do this, and so they can't access the healthcare because it's too far and it's too complicated for them to get there. And then we have people like ourselves, who probably everyone in this room has a medical aid, who has taken insurance, some form of medical aid, whether it's a comprehensive plan or whether it's a hospital plan. And when we need health care, oh, sorry, your package doesn't cover that, or you've run out of care. So you must find the money to continue your care. And oftentimes, people will go either to their savings, sell their assets, mobilize their entire families, and put themselves into serious financial hardship to continue their health care. So do we have universal health coverage? No. We have a lot of work to do to improve this. Now, what's the problem? The problem is this 8.5% of GDP is not spent wisely. We have 51% of this money, year before last, I don't have the figure for last year, was spent in the private sector. The problem is that less than 20% of the population had access to the private sector. So we're spending more than half, as South Africans, more than half of everything that the country spends on healthcare on less than 20% of the population, either through medical aids or out-of-pocket spending or whatever. That means that the other 49% looks after more than 80% of the population. So this dual parallel health system, where patients are unable to access the providers in both sides, is not, it's not allowing the resources that we have, nursing resources, doctors, money, access to equipment, diagnosis, everything else. It's not allowing everybody access to that money, those resources. So the outcome in rands is that as a nation, we are spending about 5,200 rand per capita in the public sector per annum. I'll say it again, 5,200. And we are spending somewhere close to 27,000 rand per capita per annum in the private sector. So those who are holier than thou and say the public sector must jack up their socks and must do better and keep throwing this corruption story at us, and I'll talk about that in a moment. That is, it's not the only solution. Yes, we need to tidy up management. There's no doubt we need to clean up our Corruption Act. There's no doubt we need to clean up our management. There's no doubt we can do things better in the public sector. I don't say that's wrong. But there's no comparison between spending 1/6 on the health service of poor people compared with what we spend on the middle class and the wealthy. There's no comparison. What happens is we have sucked the resources out of the public service, you've all seen it, systematically, into the private sector. Even public sector employees doing RWAPs and moonlighting and doing things like that, even in working hours, not teaching the next generation, because it is more beneficial, financially beneficial for them to be working in the private sector. I could go on to lots of details, but I want to talk about the solution now. We as a nation need to understand each of those two sectors and say, how do we get those resources all into one space so that everybody has access to them and yet pay fairly, provide benefits fairly, and make sure that we reduce the duplications. So what are the duplications? So let's talk about the public sector first. And many people think that NHI is about scrapping the private sector. That's not what it's about. The NHI is about achieving universal health coverage and using all our resources wisely. So the reforms go more or less like this. At a high level, we want to create one pool where we all put all our money into one resource that has got equalized risk, that when I get sick, I know that there's money to look after me. And that money should purchase my health care and the next guy's, whether I'm wealthy or whether I'm the person begging at the street corner, from either a public or a private provider at the same cost, same price. That's what we want. We don't want to shut down private providers, and we don't want to do away with services. We want to just improve access. So what we have in the public sector at the moment is 9 provincial departments of health and 1 national department of health. We also have bits and pieces in correctional services, the military, and other bits and pieces, but they are relatively small. So let's just talk about the 9 provincial departments of health. The way the law is structured at the moment, each of those 9 provincial departments of health gets their money through a provincial equitable share through the province. They don't get it from national. So there's no, it's a fallacy to think that there's a national budget. There's no national budget for healthcare. There is a collective of 10 budgets for healthcare that we add up after we are told what the budgets are, and we loosely call them the national budget for healthcare. So what happens is each of those 9 provinces, with the degree of autonomy they have, duplicates what other provinces are doing. They reinvent the wheel. Must get their own IT system, their own procurement this, their own that, their own that. And because the money is for their population, they don't want people moving across boundaries. So if you happen to be somebody in Limpopo or Mpumalanga or Eastern Cape, where we started off in 1994 with way fewer resources, and there are far fewer insured people using the private sector, you will never get the resources that the provinces that already had them, like Gauteng and the Western Cape and perhaps the Free State and KZN, you will never get those resources unless we invest huge amounts in the provinces that didn't have them. So the people who sit on the periphery, on the boundaries, which are artificial boundaries created by us in law, are discriminated against continuously. In this country, we migrate backwards and forwards. Those of you who are from Limpopo or maybe from southern Gauteng and the Free State will know that weekends you go home to Northwest, to Gauteng, to Mpumalanga, you come back to work. And so people are moving. So where do they live? Where do we count them? Where do we provide their health care? Those are artificial boundaries. So the public sector is a problem having 10 health departments instead of one working together. The private sector is even more complicated. We have 76 medical schemes. Each one must have a board of trustees. Each one must have an administration. They've got various packages. Not one of us understands all of those nearly 300 packages that 76 medical schemes offer you. I don't even know what's in my own package until the day I get sick and I need it and they tell me, sorry, no screws for you. You must buy the screws separately if you want to. You shouldn't have fractured your leg. So we are paying 15% in the private sector before one tablet is purchased just to manage the money. Now imagine if we took 15% of 277 billion rand and put it into healthcare instead of into administration of finances. It would enable us to purchase a lot more healthcare for a lot more of us. Imagine if we didn't have the duplication of x-rays and blood tests, and every time you move, you get a new file. I tried to count my files that have been opened for me in South Africa at dentists and GPs and clinics and hospitals. When I got to 40, I stopped. Now, I don't get very sick, but I do go to a dentist, and then I got a problem with my ear, and then I got this, and I don't hear well, I must go to the audiologist, and every time I open a new file. Every time it's a duplication. So what about the people who have got chronic diseases, diabetics, HIV, TB, who move between healthcare? You've got a separate file for your TB somewhere. You've got a separate file for your HIV somewhere. This is not efficient. We waste money. We waste resources because we duplicate things. Okay, so that's what we are trying to fix. One pool, one purchaser, many providers. With that purchaser purchasing the benefits that we know will contribute to better health outcomes. So we as South Africa have the highest cesarean section rate in the world in the private sector. 72, 73, 74%. And you can read the Health Market Inquiry. It will tell you lots of things. So I always tell people that proves that when you get a medical age, if you're a woman, your pelvis shrinks. And in the private sector, 4 times more than the global average tonsillectomies, 5 times more grommets. This is not good healthcare. All the additional anesthetics, the stuff that we do as health professionals, didn't make any difference. We should be out there immunizing, teaching people to look after themselves so that we get better preventive health care, promoting healthy behaviors. That's what we should be doing. Yeah, we've got to deal with the trauma and the people who do get sick and the congenital abnormalities. We do need to deal with that. But there's a lot of stuff we don't do because it's easier to make money over-servicing people. We have to stop this. So the NHI bill has been under discussion since pre-COVID. It got derailed by COVID, but it's now, the consultations have taken place. There were community consultations, there were oral submissions, there were written submissions, There was a discussion clause by clause in Parliament. I had to attend every single one of those for over a year. And we have got to the point where last Wednesday, in the Portfolio Committee, the Portfolio Committee adopted what's called the A-list. That is the amendments that have come out of this consultation process that they want to make to the bill before it goes to the vote. Today I'm going to be rushing from here because I have an obligation. We have to edit the proofs on the B bill, which will be presented in the Portfolio Committee on Wednesday next week, the 24th, and they'll be signed off. That's it. That's what goes to the vote in the National Assembly. So this week and next week, or last week and next week, are seminal points in the life of the NHI. So we expect the bill to be signed off by the Portfolio Committee and go to the National Assembly after Wednesday next week. It's very exciting. So what's in the bill for us? What are the big issues? And how does it impact you? So the primary objective of the bill is to get all the money over a period of time. It won't happen that, on the 1st of April next year, suddenly, boom, there's a national health insurance. None of us is a magician. This is not the Disney show. It will take 15 to 20 years to systematically move money. Conditional grants must move into the fund. Provincial equitable shares will change and need to be split so that non-personal services stay in the PES and the rest comes to the fund. Medical schemes will need to change once the benefits are there. The benefits need to be defined. They need to be in the public domain so that everybody can see what's covered, etc., etc. So it's a long process. But over time, we want to move the money into a fund. Somebody must administer that fund. We don't have that. You will see Solidarity has us in court at the moment, me in particular. Why did you appoint 44 people to run the NHI when there isn't even an NHI? Huh? We are in the National Department of Health. There's no NHI fund. The 3A entity has not been established. There isn't a law. But would anybody in their right mind not start doing the preparatory work when we're intending to do a reform? 44 people. Between Discovery and Metropolitan, they employ over 1,200 people. 12,000 people. 12,000 versus 44. And Solidarity has me in court. Oh, you've got to be joking. So we need to prepare. We need to at least get the policy directives. We at least need to start to understand what we are going to put in regulations. So that work is going on in the department. It was prepared by committees over time, but now it's into the formal space. In the service delivery space, which is where most of you would be affected, I guess, what do we expect to happen? We expect proper health care by providers. That's it. Do the work we were trained to do. Be the doctor, be the nurse, be the physio, be the OT, be the dentist that you were trained to do. That's it. There's nothing magical about the NHI for nursing. What the NHI will do in the primary healthcare space is say, we're not giving you the money whether you work or not. We will give the money for certain delivery of certain services. So it'll be allocated to a community, not to you as the employer or to you as the individual employee, to the community. So if there are 100,000 people in this space, we will allocate X amount of rands. Obviously, there's a complicated formula about how we risk adjust that and weight it and so on. But then the providers in that space must get themselves accredited with the fund, and they must employ the appropriate staff, which includes a lot of nurses, in order to deliver that service. Otherwise, they won't get paid. That's the difference. In the hospital space, the bill talks about diagnostic-related groups. So instead of being paid fee-for-service in the private sector, itemized bill that you get to page 23, and I didn't have this. Where did they do this? And sometimes they don't even send you the bill, so you don't even know. They send it straight to the medical aid, who doesn't know whether you even had the operation or not. And in the public sector, we just keep giving you a budget. Yeah, we get returns, so average length of stay, total admissions, separations, what. What does it tell us about what you did, what the case mix was, How seriously ill were the patients? Did they need to be there? Why are they still in the hospital? Why were they not seen to in a different hospital or in a primary healthcare setting? So in a DRG, you just get paid a lump sum for an outcome. And if you mess up and you don't see patients and you don't do work, whether you're a public or a private provider, you just don't get paid. And if you don't get paid as the establishment, you can't employ people. They'll get employment somewhere else. And so what will happen over time is we will see this community is not getting healthcare. It's not possible this community can have no prostate cancer. It's not possible, unless they're all women. No? So we must be seeing prostate cancer. So now we start saying to people, we will pay you to run a prostate cancer program here. We will make it the incentive. It's called strategic purchasing. We'll put in incentives for people to use their finger and to take their blood tests and do the PSAs and identify the prostate cancers early and deal with them. Same with cervical cancer, same with breast cancer and so on, where we are missing things early on. We can't have communities where these conditions never exist until they're stage 4. You don't go from nothing to stage 4. It's not possible. So that's the objective. But how we get there is not going to happen because I said it must be there or somebody published a bill in Parliament. It's going to get there through hard work. There must be changes. We need data to drive this. So in your space and in the nursing space of all the people you supervise and who report to you, there are going to be changes in digital systems. Everyone must be connected to the digital system in order to be paid. If you're not accredited and you're not connected to the national system of the NHI fund, how am I going to know you delivered any healthcare and how am I going to pay you? Can't pay you. And in order to get on that system, you need to be accredited. And in order to be accredited, you must first have a certificate from the Office of Health Standards Compliance that you have the basic standards adhered to. Now, whether that's your self-scoring or whether it's the final scoring from the OHSC or whether it's your repeat one, those are details. But if you don't start with that, you won't get accredited. Then you must show us that what are the benefits you're going to deliver in that establishment. Do you have the correct staff? If you tell me you're going to do neurosurgery and you don't list any nurses and you don't have theater nurses, am I going to approve that? Of course not. I want to see you've got the appropriately qualified staff to deliver the benefits that you say you're going to do. Now, all these things don't happen overnight. It takes time to build the knowledge, build the structures. So we have learned from other countries, Japan, Thailand, Malaysia, Turkey, Estonia, etc. We have learned that you have to work systematically over a long period of time. Some of them taken 15 years, and that's pretty quick. Japan took 34 years to implement their national health insurance. So we know that this is a long road. So I want to invite you, in closing, to see the future, not as a threat, but as an exciting opportunity where we actually get to do the work that we were trained to do, to be the people, to be the professionals that we wanted to be when we went out to embark on our professions. Be the future. If you're in training, nurse training, they are the future. I've been watching with great worry the aging nursing population. Where are the youngsters? There are not enough of them. We are going to leave soon. I put it to you. Go out there, inspire people. Get this last mile of change. Don't see the future as a threat. See it as something that we must do as South Africans. Nobody's going to do it for us. And know that it will be a rocky ride. We don't have all the answers. But if we don't fix all the things that bother us right now, we've ourselves to blame. So welcome to the future, and I look forward to the journey with you. Thank you for your attention.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Prof. Crisp, and also want to indicate to the attendees that Prof. Crisp, as he has already indicated, he has got other commitments he's rushing to. And I want to say that all questions related to the National Health Insurance, please write them down. Also use the chat box, those that are with us online, and those that are here physically at the desk there, please leave your details and the question. And also remember, not everything is about questions, but it's also comments as well. Thank you very much, and I want to take this opportunity to once more thank Prof for coming and joining with us.
I will answer the question.
And of course, he promised he will answer the question, and I know him, he will. Thank you, Prof. As he walks out, I want to move on to the second presentation on nursing environment, impact of COVID-19 pandemic on nursing practice environment. We've talked about COVID a little bit yesterday, and the presenter is Major CP Mkhize, Assistant Manager, Intensive Care Unit, ICU 1 Military Hospital. A brief bio about Major Mkhize. She has a 4-year diploma in nursing general psychiatry, community health nursing, and midwifery at Natal Spratt Hospital, a BK in nursing education and administration through UNISA, did critical care nursing through the University of Johannesburg, has done several military courses, and is currently doing senior military officers course. She is employed at 1 military hospital as an area manager and a military officer. She was a unit manager in the intensive care unit at 1 military hospital during all the levels of COVID-19 until January 2022, and was instrumental in the preparation and the procurement of emergency equipment for COVID-19 patients within the Department of Defense. Over to you, Major, and good luck with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will go straight to my presentation. I don't want to waste my time. The aim of this presentation is to highlight the physical, emotional, and psychological impact of COVID-19 on nurses. And then it all started on the 5th of March 2020, when NICD announced the first case of COVID-19. By the 20th of March, we were experiencing a steady increase of cases in all the hospitals. We started admitting very sick patients who actually needed ICU care. They needed close monitoring. And in our hospital, we decided to close all the departments. We canceled all the operations, and we decided to focus on COVID patients. And then we had challenges with these patients. It was very difficult to manage them. They are not like any other patient that we know. The first thing is they used to test positive, and then they would be sent home to isolate. Coming back for the second consultation, the patients will come in very sick. And our main problem was when they came back, they would come in with very dehydrated, very weak, with electrolyte imbalance. So they would develop secretions in the chest, and those secretions, because the patient is so weak, is unable to cough out the secretions. Immediately when the patient comes into casualty, comes in presenting with respiratory distress. And what we would normally do is we would intubate the patient because the patient is unable to breathe. And when we were intubating the patient, we were actually pushing the thick secretions deeper. And when you push the secretions deeper, what happens? You are blocking the airway. So most of our patients would go asystole immediately. So that was our problem. And then another problem was they were bleeding. They used to bleed a lot. They would come to casualty with elevated D-dimers. And they would go into DIC very quickly. Within 3 days, the patient is in DIC, meaning the patient will bleed from all the punctured areas. And then they would develop microemboli. That was one of the problems with COVID-19, microemboli, meaning the patient would develop small clots, compromising blood supply to vital organs. Hence, the patients will come in very disorientated. Patients will come in with cardiac dysrhythmias. So it was really difficult to manage them. And then once they catch secondary infection, those patients we would know that the patient is definitely going to die because the patient, the body cannot take COVID and secondary infection again. And then we had cases of happy hypoxia, where the patient comes in and is admitted because the saturation is slightly lowish. And then we had to monitor the patient. But clinically, you look at the patient is actually is not distressed, the patient is comfortable. So we would shift our attention and focus on the very sick patients rather, and leave that patient. You leave the patient, talking over the phone. You attend to the sicker patients. When you come back, the patient is actually dead. And then the patient was talking over the phone. The person on the other side is still saying, hello, hello, what's happening, hello. So that was another feature of COVID-19, happy hypoxia. And then we had challenges with sedating them as well. I don't know why we could not sedate them, but you cannot intubate a patient and leave the patient unsedated. So we're supposed to intubate them, but to sedate them, but it was very difficult to sedate them. We would go higher and higher with sedation until we reach a rate where the blood pressure starts dropping, but the patient is still awake, and the patient is not synchronizing with ventilator. So yeah, we don't know why was that happening. And then we had lots of incidences of self-extubation, and self-extubation in ICU is a medical legal hazard because now the patient is most of the patients died because of self-extubations. And then another problem that we had, they deteriorated quickly. Our patients would die within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We hardly had patients that would last for a month in ICU. And then, we started attending to very sick patients. The patients would come to casualty very, very sick. If it was now, I would take all those patients and put them in ICU. But you cannot put 100 patients in ICU. So we would select patients and take some would admit in the ward. So that put a lot of workload on the nurses. And we suddenly realized that actually we are short-staffed. We are very short-staffed. So we had to make use of very inexperienced nurses that were pulled out from the wards. And we just needed a warm body next to the patient. And that led to lots of medical legal hazards. At one stage, we requested our retired nurses to come and assist. They came. Unfortunately, some of them contracted COVID, and most of them died. We worked long hours. It was very difficult. Another challenge that we had, shortage of PPE. There was shortage of PPE all around South Africa. So we were also afraid to look after the patients without PPE. We had shortage of consumables. The equipment that we had serviced before started malfunctioning. You will intubate the patient, and after intubating the patient, you try to put the patient on a ventilator. The ventilator just jams. And then the support staff, our support staff, people working in the locked departments, our physio, they would take social distancing hours. And then when they did that, they put a lot of pressure on us. And then we had to do non-nursing duties now. And our patient care suffered a lot. And some of the patients died, unnecessarily. The patients kept us very busy. We had no rest periods. We would like work 14 hours, we would like work 16 hours without any rest in between. So we felt those people who took social distancing hours should have been there just to make a cup of tea or to give us cold water to drink. We were under a lot of stress. Patients kept on coming. We had another problem of the donning and doffing of PPE. We are not used to working, wearing PPEs. So before you attend to a patient that is in respiratory distress, you had to put on a PPE, and we are not used to doing that. Even simple tasks like inserting a drip became very difficult to do. That same PPE, we would sweat inside the PPE. You cannot wear a PPE for more than 20 minutes because you sweat inside that PPE. We were very exhausted emotionally. We were scared of COVID in the first place. We were scared that we were going to die from COVID-19. We were scared of infecting our family members. We witnessed our patients suffering. Our patients were unable to, most of them were unable to breathe. The stretchers lying in the passages. They would be crying, asking for assistance from us. You could see the fear in their faces. They were scared. Others were asking, "Sister, please assist me. I can't breathe. I can't get air. I've got small kids. Sister, come and help me." And it was very stressful for us. The mortality rate was very high. Patients were dying. And after the patient has died, another one is waiting for the bed. We are very exhausted emotionally. We were emotionally exhausted. Emotionally exhausted. We started lacking empathy. We started treating our patients like objects. Patients died a very lonely death. They died alone, without any relatives nearby. The patient will grab you and say, "Sister, stay with me." I could not stay with the patient because I had to attend to other very sick patients. I would ask this inexperienced nurse to come and sit next to the patient. And the inexperienced nurse would be sitting there in the corner, scared of COVID-19. We did our best, and our patients continued dying. They deteriorated quickly, and they died. We felt very incompetent. The knowledge that we have disappeared. The worst came when we had to admit our own members. Our nurses started getting sick. I would receive a phone call in casualty to say, "Your members are in casualty. You must expect 2 admissions, 3 admissions, our own members." The members will come, and we would try and give them all the support that they needed. We would intubate them. And we will see our members slipping away. We would see our members dying. We see our members dying when we would take them away, and immediately when the nurse is gone, has died, we would pretend like nothing happened. We continue working. And at times, you try and resuscitate your own member for close to 16 hours, trying everything, but we would fail. And at times, we felt like our family members were rejecting us. Because I go home, when I get home, my family member hear the garage opening and closing, and they all disappear, they run away. They would go into their rooms, and when you come into the house, it feels like the house is empty, there's no one inside. It got worse when our own family members started dying. I could not attend my sister's my sister's funeral, because on that day I was a little bit fluish, so I couldn't go. I felt I was going to infect the whole village, so I decided to stay. I never went. Nurses were more affected than any other categories. Doctors were slightly better because they would come in, maybe assist with intubation and, go away. But we stayed there for 14, 15 hours with an infected patient. So we knew that we were going to get the disease. Some of our nurses were infected twice, 3 times, and we did get infected, and COVID is not a child's play. When you have COVID, those who had COVID know what I'm talking about. We're still suffering from post-traumatic disorder. There were lots of people dying in front of our eyes, and those people would die crying without their relatives. We're still depressed. We're still having anxiety disorder. Due to the high mortality rate, we're still experiencing chronic insomnia. We're still having nightmares. Whenever I'm at home and I'm alone, I'm scared of switching off the lights, because it looks like I can see all the people that died in front of me every day. We suffer from grief and loss. We didn't want to lose our patients. So we feel very guilty that we lost so many patients within a short space of time. Most of our nurses, most of us have developed post-COVID syndrome or long COVID. Life is never the same for those nurses who contracted COVID. Nurses are still complaining of extreme fatigue every day. They have unresolved pain. Others are complaining of joint pains. Others are complaining of constant headaches. Others are complaining of chest pain every day. COVID causes scarring of the lungs. Some of our nurses went to develop interstitial diseases. And interstitial disease is irreversible. Damage is irreversible. They are on oxygen even at home. They suffer from shortness of breath, even exercise intolerance. COVID causes inflammation of the heart. Most of our nurses developed endocarditis. Most of them have cardiomyopathy. As we talk, the heart, once it's big, it cannot go back to its normal size. It loses that contractility. They suffer from palpitations. They are prone to PE now. I think in our hospital we admitted 4 nurses with PE, pulmonary embolism, and one of our nurses passed on because of PE. Our nurses have developed brain fog, meaning they lack concentration, they are forgetful, and have difficulty thinking. So you cannot keep a nurse that is forgetful in ICU. So we had been requesting management to remove those nurses from ICU and put them somewhere else, but because of shortage, it's a bit difficult. We have COVID insomnia, as I said, and it's exacerbated by the fatigue that we have, the insomnia that we get at night. We are prone to strokes now. Some of our nurses went on to develop type 2 diabetes. Having said that, the negatives of COVID-19, we had positives as well. Our hospitals are well equipped now. We can admit, even if there is a pandemic in South Africa, our ICUs are well equipped now. Our nursing skills have improved as well. We are able to function without a doctor and stabilize a patient. We are better prepared for disasters and pandemics, but we know that it's important to work together, and it's important to appreciate life. The recommendations, the ancillary service should be more involved. People disappeared. It was only doctors and nurses during the pandemic that were working hard. We could not even get psychologists and social workers to come and assist. Nurses need special care. Should we have another pandemic, we need specialized care. We need to be taken care of. We never received that. We only received it after the pandemic. Frequent rotation of all nursing personnel in ICU and high care, so that should we have a problem, they should know what to do. Maintenance of good interpersonal relations amongst a multidisciplinary team. There was a lot of shouting, doctors shouting at nurses, nurses shouting at doctors, and one category blaming the other for the death of patients. Proper triaging of patients on admissions. Doctors in casualties usually are scared to admit patients in ICU, because when the patient comes in ICU, now I expect the patient to be intubated, I expect the patient to have lines, and they don't know how to, some of them don't know how to intubate and how to put up lines. And then maybe nurses that worked directly with infected patients should have been incentivized. They should have received just some sort of a thank you. Family members, reallocation of nurses suffering from long COVID. So we are still struggling with that one. In conclusion, I just want to thank the nurses who were there in the front line. At the time when South Africa was hit hard, nurses stood firm in the front line. They were the first line of defense, protecting patients. They spent 12 or more hours with infected patients. Nurses were prepared to die with their boots on. We sacrificed our lives, but our sacrifice paid whatever. Hence, we say today, nurses, you are the heartbeat of healthcare. Just in memory. In memory of our fallen heroes, we remember and salute nurses who sadly lost their lives due to COVID-19. We remember them with pride.
Like a comet
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I just want to take this opportunity to say it's quite emotional. Rightly so. We relive the experience of COVID. We relive the experience of COVID when we unveiled the wall of remembrance at the Nursing Council, when the Deputy Minister was making a presentation. He actually cried, and everybody cried with him. It's real. This is COVID, and we've all experienced it in our family as healthcare professionals, at the patient bedside, at home in the work environment. It has hit us all as a country and as the world. It is this kind of experience that are critical, so that we should not relax. We need to take cognizance of the fact that increasingly, as the world changes, the global warming, we're going to be faced with many more health challenges and pandemics. And what is important is that we need to be ready as the profession, because we are at the forefront of the healthcare service delivery. And I just want to say thank you once more, Meja Mkhize. Can I go on and take the next speaker? The next speaker is Dr. M. Matandela, who's going to present the role of a nursing service manager in the implementation of clinical education training units. From the bio that I received, Dr. Miriam Matandela is a registered nurse with comprehensive diploma, a BK in healthcare service management and healthcare service education, BA honors, masters, cum laude, and PH in health service management. She's a trauma and emergency specialist nurse who has presented a number of research papers. She worked as a nurse manager at Carltonville Hospital, was the CEO at Aliwal North Hospital, an acting district manager and director of clinical services at Jongambi Health District in Eastern Cape. She's currently working as director nursing practice at the Office of the Chief Nursing Officer at the National Department of Health. Over to you, Dr. Matandela.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to colleagues according to their levels, or let me say protocol observed. Very painful for me to present after the speaker that presented as a survivor of severe COVID-19. I really got emotional, but I was encouraged by the fact that the grace of God carries one through. I would have been counted amongst the people that I said, the late Dr. Matandela, but we thank God we are here. So the grace of God is sufficient. Thank you very much for being invited in this event to present one of the role of these people that are trusted with providing quality nursing care in healthcare establishment, dealing with situations where the finance envelope is shrinking on annual basis and service delivery demands are increasing, yet they make sure that a provision of quality nursing services is happening in hospital. Ndikhuluma ngo-matron. Ke kopa ho bona matsoho, mna I was supposed to be a preacher mhlawumbi. So I need to, when I talk to these people, see their reaction. Thank you very much. Colleagues, today we will be talking about a very critical area that involves both nursing education and nursing practice. When we talk a clinical placement area for a student nurse that we need to groom to become the kind of a competent nurse that we would like to see in future. The kind of professionals that as we exit the profession, we would like to live continuing with the profession. This is the role that one will be talking to. The presentation outline includes introduction, the legal framework that addresses education or training of a student nurse, which within it there will be establishment and implementation of a functional clinical education training unit that will be ready for developing, grooming, mentoring, empowering student nurses and nursing personnel and other healthcare professionals within the system that we are having. And then I will also then talk about what is that role, and then we'll conclude. Clinical teaching and learning is an essential component in providing nursing education and training that ensures production of competent cadre with necessary competencies. Developing such a practitioner then needs a collaborative effort from nurse educators and nurses at service delivery level. The clinical learning platform in which nurses will be trained needs nurse managers who understand their role in development of the competent nurse practitioner that we are looking at. Understanding competencies and expected outcomes of each student program therefore becomes critical, which then means as nurse managers, we need not think that training of a student is a college thing. Training of a student is a dual responsibility for all of us. Therefore, we need to understand that when we are saying this is R171 program, what is expected of this student? What is it that at the end of training of this student we would like to see? So that we don't, when they come to clinical practice, say they know nothing. It's us, when we start saying they know nothing, that reflects to us as service. Because students are taught theory at the college. Our responsibility is to ensure that we give them an opportunity to practice this that they have been taught at the college and put that in action. And during that period, they need our emotional support, they need our time, they need us to carry them through this process. We don't say, where are the tutors? They must come and show them. We don't do things as you were taught at school. So we need to make sure that we take ownership of this student and teach them the correct practices, because at the end of the day, they are our own nurses and they are going to nurse us. These units, they should be led by nurses. We know, colleagues, in the clinical setting that we've got different categories of clinicians, but the person that should be in leadership of that unit should be a nurse. And we understand all programs that are going on there. I know that in areas where we are having maybe medical officers that are trained, you find that certain areas are for them only. But I think we need to reach a point where nursing agenda or nursing activities are high on the agenda when it comes to budgeting for training of a nurse, for preparation of a clinical platform of a nursing student. In terms, this slide just shows the legislative framework that guides the training of a student nurse. The National Health, the Nursing Act 33 of 2005, that will ensure that the institution where this student will be placed is accredited and approved as such. The National Strategic the National Strategic Plan for Nurse Education, Training and Practice of 2012-2013 to 2016-2017, we will remember that this is the strategy that restored what we called initially a CTD. The South African Nursing Council Continuing Professional Development Framework, there is no way that we can do a continuing professional development program without a clinical placement area, because what we need to be seeing in terms of implementation of CPD is us ensuring that the competencies of nurses are improved, and those are improved at such places, which therefore means as we establish our CETU, as we implement our CETU, we should take those into consideration to say, in as much as we are preparing this environment for a student nurse, but we are also conversant of the fact that we are having a CPD, a CPD system that we need to implement. So as we develop these areas, we should be taking into consideration the fact that our future, where are we going as nurses? The issue of the national policy on nursing education, as well as the current nursing strategy that encourages strongly the issue of making sure that the clinical environment is conducive for learning for all nurses. Then what is the ideal role of our nurse managers? Is for us to ensure that we have identified a dedicated area. Having identified that dedicated area, we should align it with the national guidelines on establishment of CETU. Know exactly, in terms of the focus areas that are in that guideline, what is it that is expected. If you will be dealing, you'll be receiving at a district hospital students that are doing R169, you should be able to understand what are the objectives, what are the efficiency skills that are needed from these people, so that when you build when you establish your CETU, you ensure that you meet such expectations. We need to advocate for human resources, material resources, and finance. Nurse managers, colleagues, are sitting in strategic meetings. In those strategic meetings, at National Department of Health, the expectation is when there is an infrastructure meeting, the representative of nursing should be looking at the fact that when infrastructure plans are made, the issues of the nursing agenda are included. You'll find a new hospital being built, but after that hospital has been built, we will be coming and say, but we do not have a space for such a facility. And this is the time where, as nurse leaders, in these facilities that we are in, we need to be advocating for nursing resources. We need to be advocating for resources that we will use in order to ensure that the nursing profession is recognized as such. If doctors are able to be accommodated in training grants, why are nurses not accommodated in such? And we also need to be contributing, colleagues, in terms of budget inputs. It should be our responsibility to say, when a procurement plan for a facility is going to be developed, we give inputs in terms of capital equipment that we need, so that when finance managers and hospital CEOs are doing budget, are taking such into consideration. We need to ensure in our facilities that all nurses are aware of the national guideline. We need to ensure that there are awarenesses that are happening in such areas. Above all, the training of nurses is regulated by our regulatory bodies, both SANC as well as Council of Higher Education. We therefore need to ensure that we align ourselves with such prescripts. Where we need information, it's very, very important that our relationship with nurse educators is good, so that we are at par when it comes to the implementation of such regulations. As I indicated that we sit in executive meetings or top management meetings, it is in those top management meetings where we need to present our needs. And at provincial level, in most cases, some of our programs are not budgeted for. As Prof. Crisp has indicated to say, National Department of Health doesn't have money. What happens, therefore, in a program that is not having budget and we need staffing? It means in HR meetings, specifically organizational development, we need to make them aware to say there is this program that is coming. Therefore, when annual recruitment plans are made, these posts should be considered, even if they will be included in a phase form. But our organizational development at HR should be working hand in hand with us as nurses. I am saying this knowing very well that as a nursing profession, we had actually dealt with the issue of nursing leadership when the nursing directorate was established. However, because of the fact that in HR meetings, we are not there, we do not advocate. That is why it becomes easy that when Matandela leaves a director's post in a province, that post becomes redundant. Yet, coordination of nursing services remains a challenge. And those are the things that as nurse managers, when we talk human resources, we should be lifting up. The issue of reviewing the functionality of the CETU, colleagues, in our operational plans, CETUs should be part of our activities. When there are district reviews, provincial reviews, national reviews, these are some of the reports that we need to be giving in terms of the activities that are happening in such placement areas. And we need to be having reports monthly, quarterly, and annually. The mistake that we do as nurse managers, we lack evidence, colleagues. That is why in most cases, we will be saying, but we are having shortage of staff, we are working hard. And when people are talking to us and say, look at your efficiency indicators, your efficiency indicators are saying something that is different from what you are presenting, and we don't have such an evidence. Therefore, the activities that are happening in those CETUs should be recorded, and we ensure that we are able to use them to inform decision-making. As I conclude, establishment of CETU is not only critical for nursing students, but for all healthcare professionals. I'm saying this because departments are inundated with litigations, and in most cases, there are patient safety incidents. Yesterday, it was said, as nurses, we plead guilty in whatever patient safety incident. But if we were doing correctly critical reviews, we were going to be able to say what were the patient factors, what were the system factors, what were the employee factors. In an environment where we pick up competencies in terms of employees, we therefore need to ensure that we groom them. And the area, that placement area, that CETU should be part of that. It is compulsory or mandatory, colleagues, that in our facilities we have skills development plans and we have monthly in-service training plans that are informed by the daily experiences, that are informed by the situational analysis on skills audit that we have done for our nurses. And above everything, colleagues, I know that we are working with clinical tutors and everybody, but we should be taking ownership. And my plea is, our placement areas are not placing only public students, but they place also students from private nursing education institutions. We are therefore requesting from our colleagues that there should be a public-private partnership where we see how best as a team do we establish this, including our mining sector. Because the reality is, as our envelope is shrinking, sometimes issues of training become very low on the priority list. Therefore, the areas, the universities and colleges that are having budget, can they be part of development, implementation, and establishment of such CETUs? And colleagues, it is very important that we address the issue of a clinical platform that will introduce a competent nurse that will be able to address population needs and be able to deal with pandemic outbreaks that come there effectively. It all depends on us. But my plea is, colleagues, it should be in us to know that the issue of grooming a student is not an educator-only activity, it's a mutual activity. We therefore need to ensure that we are at par when it comes to preparation for training programs. And as we develop such placement areas, we need to be taking into consideration that there is technology that is upgraded that should be considered as we develop such areas and implement the system. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matandela. Just a reminder again that as nurses, we need to appreciate that we are managers, we are administrators, we are researchers, we are educators. And if we have to play our role, we need to understand and appreciate that we manage people, we have competency, not becoming financial managers, but have competency in finance and procurement and obtaining of the resources if we are to support the services. Often there's a problem of resources, and as managers and administrators, we are to be blamed at institutional level, at academic level, at provincial and at national level. I also want to take this opportunity to introduce the next speaker, the last speaker for the session, reporting on impairment nurses, midwives, and students. That will be presented by Mr. Ntshabele. Sidiso Ntshabele is a health activist and an experienced nurse manager and practitioner. He holds a D4 diploma, nursing diploma, a diploma in clinical nursing science, health assessment, diagnosis, treatment, and care, as well as B-Care, occupational health, nursing science. He has 15 years experience as a professional nurse practicing mostly in primary healthcare setting, focusing on holistic approach in the provision and promotion of healthcare and wellness services that are efficient and meet the client's needs. Ntshabele is a member of the Institute of Directors of South Africa. He's a member of the Council of the SANC, where he serves on the executive committee of the SANC, Communication and Marketing Committee, and he's the chairperson of the SANC Impairment Committee. Furthermore, he's a member of the National Executive Committee of South African Association of Campus Health Services. He's currently working at the University of Wits as the head of the Campus Health and Welfare Center. Over to you, Mr. Ntshabele Silis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the beautiful daughters and sons of the fertile African soil. Colleagues, I think we can all agree after the COVID-19 presentation that as managers, as employers and decision makers, there's a lot that we need to do to support our nurse practitioners. And they need to be well taken off, they deserve it. And I think this is where the Impairment Committee of the Nursing Council comes in from our side as the regulator. But I emphasize as well that employers need to do more. My name is Citizen Ntshabele, as the chair has said, and I'm the chairperson of the Impairment Committee of the South African Nursing Council. So, colleagues, unfortunately, these are some of the situations that you see. So sometimes as a nurse, it's difficult for you to choose which shot do you need, whether you need an injection shot or a shot, you know. But this is mostly it will be a choice whether you choose the shot on the right side of the picture. But when it comes to our job, I think we can all agree that there are situations that put us to end up making the other choice. And also we are living in South Africa, colleagues. There are a lot of stressful situations. We know right now COVID is one of the biggest challenges, and we have societal challenges as well, substance abuse, mental health, and all those challenges. And we cannot separate ourselves from the society, you know. Those challenges that are affecting our society, they also affect us as well. So I'm just here to conscientize you, colleagues, and to spread the gospel that as nurses, we need to start taking care of each other before we expect other people to take care of ourselves. Right, so the Impairment Committee is established in terms of Section 51 of the Nursing Act number 33 of 2005. And according to Section 51, subsection 7, it defines impairment as a condition which renders a practitioner incapable of practicing nursing with reasonable skill and safety. So it means at that time of impairment, the practitioner lacks adequate skill, and also they are not safe to nurse the public. But what is the objective of the committee? Why do we have this committee in the Nursing Council? Simply to protect the healthcare user and the public. And how do we do it? By providing support and monitoring that nurse practitioner. A lot of us know that at the Nursing Council, my colleagues were saying yesterday, we know of preliminary investigations, we know of professional conduct committees. And we realized during our course when we discharge our duties as the committee to say most of our colleagues are not aware of the existence of the Impairment Committee. So this committee was solely established to assist nurses. So we are like a support group. When you come to us, we don't judge you, we just want to assist you to get to a better space. So when it comes to the processes of the Impairment Committee, we as the committee, we intervene whenever a practitioner is reported for conditions that are detrimental to the public interest. And we allow them to continue practicing. So this is the objective. We want to take you to that space where you are back to your normal functionality. And as I said earlier, the conditions that will lead to you be impaired, amongst others, these are the most common ones, by the way, colleagues. Physical illness, mental illness, and substance use disorder, mostly with prescription drugs, and mostly with our nurses. Pethidine is the most common one. So the purpose of the committee continues, as I said, to assist and not to punish the practitioner. So we are not the punishers, colleagues. Please, if you are suffering from those impairment conditions that we have mentioned, you can come by yourself. You can be referred by your manager. You can also be referred by your colleagues or even your family. And what we require from you is the cooperation and also, your support system. We have noted that it works better when a nursing practitioner comes to our committee and they have a family support system. Some even come with their managers just to offer them that support. And because we are here to assist you, we also need you to comply. Failure to do so, it will lead to non-compliance. And if now you don't comply, after all we have done for you, then we have to suspend you and remove you administratively from the register in terms of the act. So the reason we are going to remove you as one of the interventions is not to punish you, but to force you to comply so that you can be a better practitioner. So these are the tell signs of substance abuse that we mostly come across with. You'll notice a decrease in attendance at work and increased absenteeism rate. And also, with regards to the work performance of the practitioner, there will be a drop, there will be a decrease, mood swings, deterioration in personal appearance. So they don't, no longer take good care of themselves. The practitioner may be sleepy, so just check if your neighbor is sleeping there and refer them to us so that we can sort them out. The practitioner might also not be interested in interaction with others. Memory lapse or euphoric recall of events. They may have pinpoint pupils, shaky hands or tremors. And in case of alcohol, their mouth will smell of mint, especially because after they take that substance, they take those minty sweets. So again, check your neighbor if they are having sweets in front of them, colleagues. Case management, so the complaint will be laid with the council, with the office. Mostly it will be done by the manager, a colleague or a therapist. To some extent, friends do that, relatives as well. But we have also noted spouses doing that to say, I'm referring my spouse to you. And then later on, they change their minds to say, no, it's just that we had a fight, so I wanted to. So please, colleagues, let's just not spoil this, because now if you are going to abuse it to solve personal matters, it's not going to be sustainable in the long run. After we receive the complaint, you are going to request statement from the respondent, from the witnesses as well, if there are any witnesses. But also we want to find out from employers, what is it that they do to assist their employee? Because it's always better to start with the in-house employee assistance programs. Even though some of the respondents will say to the committee that I don't feel comfortable and all those things, I prefer to be assisted by the council. But we advise that please start for the benefit of the resources, because we don't have much resources. Although, colleagues, I also need to emphasize that when you are referred to the committee, and maybe that time you are not employed because you cannot work, maybe you have been fired. Let me make an example. You have been fired because you are abusing substances. Your absenteeism rate was so high, they had to fire you. So you cannot afford those interventions that we need, like your therapy, your counseling, your bloods test, and all. We as the nursing council have a budget to assist you with that, colleagues. So this is some of the areas where your money is going, because we always get questions, where is our 750 going to? So it goes here, colleagues, okay? So after we received all the information, the first thing, we'll do a summary with supporting evidence of all interventions and reports. Those will be complied, and now when we see there's the committee, they will be brought to the committee. And then committee will make decisions based on the information that has been received. We look at the case and we say, no, this is not an impairment committee case. This was a couple fighting and there's no case, then we dismiss that case, right? There are cases whereby we feel that, no, this individual is not actually an impairment case. They're actually stealing that pethidine and selling it, so they are drug dealers. So we send those ones for preliminary investigation, and then if needs be, they'll also be sent to professional conduct. But now, if that practitioner, we see that they are addicted to substances, that is when now they get our utmost attention, and we get therapy for them. We call them to the committee so that they can present themselves. We also try by all means to be independent, so we call an independent therapist so that they can also do the assessment and advise the committee as well. In case of chronic physical or mental illness, the committee will recommend to the hospital to use the incapacity process, because you find that at times there's a practitioner maybe who has both arms amputated and they still want to work in a labor ward. So we are going to say to the employer, deal with it in terms of capacity, because obviously as the committee, we can't say this person can continue working in that pressured environment. If the committee decides to support and monitor the respondent, it will request more reports and drug tests on quarterly or 6-monthly basis and so forth. Like I said earlier, colleagues, if you are not complying to the directives of the committee, the name of the respondent will be removed from the register in terms of the act. So actually this is where we get most of the respondents coming back to say, I'm no longer on the register, I cannot find a job. Then we say, yeah, this is where we wanted to. We actually wanted your attention, because we want to make sure that when we discharge you and you are going back to nurse the public, you should be back to your full functionality. We can, much as we want to support the nurse, but we can't risk releasing a nurse to go and nurse the public when they are not in their good functioning state. So these are some of the important statistics that we have noted as the committee from 2018 until now. Mostly, as I said earlier, colleagues, is substance abuse. Then there's mental or psychiatric disorders, as well as physical illness or disability. And then these are the total number of cases that we have handled, 96 in total. As you can see at the bottom there are some that we have referred to the prelim committee for investigations, to the PCC as well. Some we have limited on their scope of practice to say, because you are still recovering, we cannot let you work with pethidines. So we are going to ask your employer to take you to a department where you cannot come into contact with those scheduled drugs. Finalized cases, 25 of them. There are students that we have terminated 4. We have removed 2 nurses and fitness to practice. The most common one, as I said earlier, is non-compliance. So we always try to force compliance by removing them administratively. Once they comply, we take them back into the register. And the inquiries that we have conducted over our period of office is 26. There are still 20 cases that are in progress, colleagues. In terms of statistics by provinces, as we can all see, Gauteng, KZN, the Republic of Western Cape, all these 3 provinces are very dangerous to practice in, colleagues. So I would advise you to go to Northern Cape, Northwest, and be at peace when you are there, because the 3 provinces are not good for our practitioners. Again, some of the signs that we need to watch out for so that we are able to assist our colleagues. You will find out that the most of the time the colleague will prefer shifts because during the shifts there's less supervision. So it's easy for them to do what they want to do. There's frequent reporting of spills, medication spills or wastages, especially those high schedule drugs. They have frequent and unexplained disappearances from work units and decreased productivity because they are not at work. And then the patients will complain to say, I didn't get my pain medication or the medication is not working. And when delegation is be done, our colleague will be the first one to say, I'll do the medication today so that they can have access to the drugs. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Nsabele. I just want to take this opportunity to make you aware that now we're moving into the panel discussion for our presenters. And as I look at the chat facility, I'm aware that all I see are the comments for the presentation for colleagues, greatly appreciated, and also some suggestion in the area of curriculum review training on pandemic COVID. And also the other important thing is that I can see our nurses are submitting their names, emails on the chat box, and they've also requested reports, papers for day 1 and day 2, which we have committed will make them available when we leave here as the SANC. And also critically important is just once more, the attitude of clinical colleagues in the CETU. And all the comments are saying, well done, colleagues, for the presentation. Can I take 4 questions from the floor? And I'll also be looking at the chat box. And please remember, if we are not able to answer all the questions, you'll write your question down, your contact, and so that we can respond. We may not exhaust all the questions. And as I indicated earlier, not necessarily are we saying asking questions, we are also making comments and also making some praises where it is due.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Program Director. My name is...
Where are you?
This side, the
Okay,
tallest man
thank
in the house. Thank
Yes.
you. My name is Lebogang Phehla. I'm from the University of the Witwatersrand. My question is mainly directed to Dr. Matandela. I hope I'm not butchering the surname. Thank you very much, Dr. Matandela, for that insightful presentation on the role of the Clinical Education and Training Unit. As a person who's very much passionate about clinical teaching and learning, what we've come to realize and what has come out anecdotally is that our students, whenever they step into those nursing units, they are perceived or they are received to be just only a workforce, and their objectives are not put or taken into consideration whenever they are in nursing unit. So I just want to find out from colleagues, particularly nursing service managers, that what control measures are there to ensure that, or rather, control measures that support the attainment of these clinical objectives that students have, because you'd be fully aware that we've got existing MOAs with these institutions, clinical institutions where we place our students. But then the issue of our students not being able to meet or realize their objectives is something that doesn't sit well with the system and causes us not to be able to realize the cadre that we envision.
Thank you very much. A question this side, on my right side. You are ready, the lady there.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nomvusai Collins. I'm from the Eastern Cape. I think mine is also directed to Dr. Matandela. And more than being a question, it is actually some recommendation as a champion of establishment of the CTUs in the province. Firstly, I think looking at the nursing service managers, as we have been going around, challenges are there in terms of the funding. And it actually says maybe the concept that we need to implement is the fact that says funds must follow the functions so that we are able to make them achieve the objectives of the CTUs. And I was going also to comment on the issue of the grants, which are tailor-made in terms of the national provisions, your NTSG, your health professionals training and development. Also in there, if we can get advocacy from the national level so that the terms and conditions, when the business plans are being prepared at a national level, being communicated to the provincial level, the issue of the specifics of the clinical education and training is actually included there. Because remember, in our provinces, those grants, they have been tailor-made to accommodate certain functions. But the influence, if it can actually start from the development of the business plan from national level, we are able to advocate at provincial level when we are doing our own business plan to accommodate the concept. Otherwise, it is one of the worrying factors in terms of the issues driving nursing education at a provincial level, because it is an accreditation requirement and full establishment. It is really going to need a well-established resource mobilization. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Can I look at the, I got 2 questions for Dr. Matandela, and I want to check. I want to get if there's a question on COVID and also a question on impairment.
Yes, Chair.
I'm also trying to, can I take the third question? What is the question about?
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm here.
Is it about what? COVID, impairment?
Impairment.
Impairment. All right, lady, impairment.
Sorry, Chair.
Where are you?
Chair, I'm here, Chair, and I think you're ignoring me. You are calling
Oh, I thought, is it you?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you're part of the technical team.
No, I'm not technical.
Okay, fine, you look technical. All right, fine.
No, apologies, Chair. I'm not technical, but the lady will come, Chair.
Okay, what is your question about?
I think first you must give me time, because you...
Are you still thinking?
No, I'm not thinking.
Okay.
The time that I want is because you said that it's not all about questions.
Yes.
You said there's also comments.
Yes, exactly.
So I don't want to jump into the question direct. But I want to make a comment first with regards to CETU. The biggest pandemic that we are suffering from as a nursing profession is that of silo mentality. Education sees itself as an entity, and practice sees itself as another entity. And we don't plan together, but the student is one, and nursing is one. Perhaps maybe we must discuss how do we re-establish structures or platforms where we could plan together and work together to achieve the objectives that we need. I think that is the first thing that would be required of that.
Come with a question.
Yes. And then the last comment, Chair, that I wanted to make is that the national guideline in terms of establishment of CETUs is student-specific. It does not provide for staff that is already employed in the facilities. As a result, the CEOs do not see the need to fund nursing education programs because it's not their core mandate. Perhaps maybe we must consider, Dr. Matandela, to review the national guideline with regards to establishment of CETUs so that it becomes comprehensive and begin to be a government policy that serves all and it binds the CEOs. I think that one is the second one.
Okay, thank you very
much. Then, in closing, I want to ask a question now with regards to COVID. Okay. Would note that many nurses suffered COVID, and post-COVID, many of them suffer with ailments, and many of them are on pillar. Now, I wanted to find out from the presenter of the pandemic to say, from a military perspective, what support systems have been put in place to support nurses that have got post-COVID ailments who are on pillar, so that we can look at how do we spread that within the public service to begin to support those nurses better. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. You actually have one question. The rest were comments. Can I take the last one and then we give it to...
Oh, but I'm here, ma'am.
No.
Chair.
Yes, I said I'm
And I was
taking
the
you. I'm
first
recognizing
person.
you.
Sorry,
Yes,
Chair.
It's
Sorry,
not
Chair.
me talking, I'm the one with the impairment
Who's
question.
talking,
and I
guys?
was
Can
after
somebody
that, sir.
assist me?
Yeah,
I was the first one before that one, Chair.
What's the question about?
It's about the CTU. It's not even a question, it's a plea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you from the presenters. I just wanted to plead with National that we be assisted in terms of getting a directive maybe to the provinces so that they can prioritize this issue of CTUs. Because now what we are experiencing a lot of challenges. We have identified all buildings, and these buildings now, there is no money for refurbishment of these buildings. So maybe if there is a directive from national, they will be prioritized and be put into the infrastructure plan. I really request that, because the CEOs do not take care of what the nursing managers are saying. The budget is being moved to other issues of the hospital. Thank you.
Okay. Can I take that last question? That will be the last. And remember also other questions on the chat box. And over to you, lady, and then we respond.
thank you, Chair. Let me take it first, Mr. Ntsabele, to appreciate this committee that focus on the rehabilitation of nurses. We really appreciate it. However, when it comes to permanent disability, you hardly touch on it. My question would be, how would this committee support a third-year student who lost her arm during training in order for her to complete her qualification? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, questions, Dr. Matandela, if I can start with you. And please note that a lot of those were comments and also recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will start with the question by Mr. Pehla from VETS. The fact that students, when they reach the clinical area, they do not get the support that is expected. Hence, as part of my presentation, I urged nurse managers to own students, because every hospital, they always have clinical coordinators or training coordinators that need to work hand in hand with clinical facilitators from colleges. And when students arrive in a clinical setting, their first day should be orientation in terms of the environment, in terms of their objectives being highlighted, and operational managers at unit level should be orientated in terms of those. So I think it's an area, that we need to strengthen in order to ensure that students find a clinical area as a therapeutic environment for their functioning. We cannot allow that our own nursing students feel uncomfortable in a clinical area. I would therefore, in terms of forums and meetings that we have with nurse managers, then strengthen the issue of student support in a clinical area. Thank you very much. The issue of, those that were comments, colleagues, I'm not going to talk to, but with Mrs. Links, there was something that is saying national should indicate what should be done with grants. Colleagues, grants are at provinces, and we have Human Resource Development Directorate and skills development committees where nursing is represented. Such issues should be addressed in that. Hence, we are encouraging nurse managers to say, a nurse that sits in that meeting should advocate for nursing activities. Remember, we cannot give a directive from national. As national, we support, otherwise implementation is at provincial level. I would therefore recommend that nurses that are sitting at provincial skills development committees, where the skills development budget is, should be advocating for such. It is the same as the last question that talked to infrastructure. Colleagues, we are saying CEOs are not supporting us, but weekly basis, we sit in a top management meeting where decision-making is made. So these should be included there. When an infrastructure project is done, part of the team members in that infrastructure project is clinicians, and we are recommending that amongst those clinicians, nurses should be there. Yes, at the National Department of Health, we will be talking with the Chief Directorate Infrastructure to indicate our priorities in terms of what needs to be done. However, we cannot go to provinces and influence implementation. We can talk to Mr. Takela to say, Mr. Takela, when capital projects are done, remember to look into these focal areas for nursing. But what we are looking at, colleagues, is nurse leaders that will be able to move out of their offices and get to areas where they advocate for nursing issues, even in terms of budget. Thank you.
The national guidelines.
The national guideline was a suggestion. We are noting it, Mr. Shombe.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. COVID, response on COVID, support system. Major Mkize.
Support systems, yes, we do have psychologists. We have psychiatrists that are on standby to assist us. But there's a lot of animosity. Nurses are angry. They feel they were deserted when they needed help. Psychologists refused to come and assist. So that one is still a challenge. They are refusing to go to psychologists. But some of them are taking medication, especially psychiatric medication, and others are being seen by all the relevant departments like internal medicine. The ones that were working in critical areas like ICU and critical wards, some of them have been removed to go and work in offices, but otherwise they are a lot. We still need help.
Thank you very much, Major. The last question responds Mr. Ntavele on permanent disability.
Thank you very much for the question, ma'am. Remember when I presented, I said each impairment case has got its own merit. So in a case of that student who has amputated their arm during third year, this is where those specialists that I mentioned, the occupational therapists and so forth, come in. The reason we bring them is for them to be independent, both from us and the employer or the nursing education institution. They then give us a recommendation that we will then forward to the institution for them to deal with that incapacity, following obviously the labor relations. So that is my answer for the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, as we are closing, I just want to make you aware that once more update your contact details. Remember, your contact details is not necessarily for accessing the presentation and the information that come out of this forum, but also the fact that we have got a serious challenge in the Nursing Council in contacting some of you. Your addresses and contact details are outdated, including your cell phones. On that note, I want to thank all the panel members, and I thank you everyone as we break for tea, and we're coming back at 11:20 for the next session. Enjoy the tea.
The nursing profession is regarded as the backbone of healthcare, as nurses are at the forefront of healthcare delivery. Being a nurse requires certain qualities such as communication skills, interpersonal skills, empathy, patience, honesty, sympathy, and compassion. Nursing entails preventative, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative health throughout a lifespan, from birth to death. A nurse deals with many conditions and cases, including trauma, maternity, pediatrics, gynecology, surgical and medical conditions, among many others. Nursing is a science and an art, involving both theory and practical work in the different practical settings. For example, clinics, community health centers, hospitals of different types and sizes, and hospices. In South Africa, nursing is regulated by the South African Nursing Council, or SANC. The SANC regulates the nursing profession by establishing and maintaining standards for nursing education and training, as well as for practice. It also advocates on behalf of the public in matters concerning nursing. Therefore, one cannot practice nursing in South Africa if one is not registered with the SANC. In order to study nursing, one must apply and be admitted at a nursing education institution, either public or private. It is very important, though, to ensure that the nursing education institution has been accredited by the South African Nursing Council and that the program is accredited by both the South African Nursing Council and the Council on Higher Education. Applications for training must be sent directly to the nursing education institutions, which are published on the SANC website at www.sanc.co.za. The relevant nursing education institution will register you as a student nurse with the SANC. This is very important, as education and training that is undertaken without SANC registration is not recognized. The SANC issues you with a registration certificate as proof that you are registered with the SANC as a student nurse. This certificate is also sent to the nursing education institution. Be sure to ask for proof of this registration. The following school subjects can enhance your opportunity to be selected by the nursing education institution for the nursing programs: English, mathematical literacy or mathematics, life sciences and/or biology, and computer skills. Please note that the South African Nursing Council does not prescribe school subjects and the number of points required for entry into the various nursing programs. This function rests with the nursing education institutions. There are 3 entry levels undergraduate programs to nursing. The first one is the Higher Certificate in Nursing, which is a 1-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a nursing auxiliary. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification, which allows access to study towards a higher certificate qualification. The second level is a Diploma in Nursing, which is a 3-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a general nurse. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification, which allows access to study towards a diploma qualification. The third level is a Bachelor of Nursing, a 4-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a professional nurse and midwife. In order to be admitted to the program, a person must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification, which allows access to study towards a degree qualification. The nursing qualifications mentioned are offered at universities, public colleges, and private nursing schools, depending on the type and level of qualification. Just remember to visit the SANC's website to ensure you study nursing at an accredited institution. After undergoing an undergraduate program, there is ample opportunity to take further studies. This includes postgraduate diplomas in specialized areas such as childcare nursing and critical care nursing, or advanced degrees at honors, master's, and doctorate level. Once qualified, you may apply for employment at either public health establishments such as hospitals or clinics with the Department of Health, or join one of the private hospitals or clinics, municipalities, medical laboratories, and the military also offer nursing careers. Working as a nurse means you will be working shifts and long hours and night duty, dedicated solely to the well-being of the patients in your care. You will also work closely with other health professionals such as doctors, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and dietitians, to mention a few. The value of a true nurse lies in the ability to show respect for human life and dignity, social justice and integrity, and total commitment to patients and other healthcare users. If you are that person, the nursing profession is awaiting you. Visit www.sanc.co.za for the list of accredited nursing education institutions and make the correct career choice today. The South African Nursing Council, regulating nursing, advocating for the public. The nursing profession is regarded as the backbone of healthcare, as nurses are at the forefront of healthcare delivery. Being a nurse requires certain qualities such as communication skills, interpersonal skills, empathy, patience, honesty, sympathy, and compassion. Nursing entails preventative, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative health throughout a lifespan, from birth to death. A nurse deals with many conditions and cases, including trauma, maternity, pediatrics, gynecology, surgical and medical conditions, among many others. Nursing is a science and an art, involving both theory and practical work in the different practical settings. For example, clinics, community health centers, hospitals of different types and sizes, and hospices. In South Africa, nursing is regulated by the South African Nursing Council, or SANC. The SANC regulates the nursing profession by establishing and maintaining standards for nursing education and training, as well as for practice. It also advocates on behalf of the public in matters concerning nursing. Therefore, one cannot practice nursing in South Africa if one is not registered with the SANC. In order to study nursing, one must apply and be admitted at a nursing education institution, either public or private. It is very important, though, to ensure that the nursing education institution has been accredited by the South African Nursing Council and that the program is accredited by both the South African Nursing Council and the Council on Higher Education. Applications for training must be sent directly to the nursing education institutions, which are published on the SANC website at www.sanc.co.za. The relevant nursing education institution will register you as a student nurse with the SANC. This is very important as education and training that is undertaken without SANC registration is not recognized. The SANC issues you with a registration certificate as proof that you are registered with the SANC as a student nurse. This certificate is also sent to the nursing education institution. Be sure to ask for proof of this registration. The following school subjects can enhance your opportunity to be selected by the nursing education institution for the nursing programs: English, mathematical literacy or mathematics, life sciences and/or biology, and computer skills. Please note that the South African Nursing Council does not prescribe school subjects and the number of points required for entry into the various nursing programs. This function rests with the nursing education institutions. There are 3 entry levels undergraduate programs to nursing. The first one is the Higher Certificate in Nursing, which is a 1-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a nursing auxiliary. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification, which allows access to study towards a higher certificate qualification. The second level is a Diploma in Nursing, which is a 3-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a general nurse. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification which allows access to study towards a diploma qualification. The third level is a Bachelor of Nursing, a 4-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a professional nurse and midwife. In order to be admitted to the program, a person must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification which allows access to study towards a degree qualification. The nursing qualifications mentioned are offered at universities, public colleges, and private nursing schools, depending on the type and level of qualification. Just remember to visit the SANC's website to ensure you study nursing at an accredited institution. After undergoing an undergraduate program, there is ample opportunity to take further studies. This includes postgraduate diplomas in specialized areas such as childcare nursing and critical care nursing, or advanced degrees at honors, master's, and doctorate level. Once qualified, you may apply for employment at either public health establishments such as hospitals or clinics with the Department of Health, or join one of the private hospitals or clinics, municipalities, medical laboratories, and the military also offer nursing careers. Working as a nurse means you will be working shifts and long hours and night duty, dedicated solely to the well-being of the patients in your care. You will also work closely with other health professionals such as doctors, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and dietitians, to mention a few. The value of a true nurse lies in the ability to show respect for human life and dignity, social justice and integrity, and total commitment to patients and other healthcare users. If you are that person, the nursing profession is awaiting you. Visit www.sanc.co.za for the list of accredited nursing education institutions and make the correct career choice today. The South African Nursing Council, regulating nursing, advocating for the public. The nursing profession is regarded as the backbone of healthcare, as nurses are at the forefront of healthcare delivery. Being a nurse requires certain qualities such as communication skills, interpersonal skills, empathy, patience, honesty, sympathy, and compassion. Nursing entails preventative, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative health throughout a lifespan, from birth to death. A nurse deals with many conditions and cases, including trauma, maternity, pediatrics, gynecology, surgical and medical conditions, among many others. Nursing is a science and an art, involving both theory and practical work in the different practical settings. For example, clinics, community health centers, hospitals of different types and sizes, and hospices. In South Africa, nursing is regulated by the South African Nursing Council, or SANC. The SANC regulates the nursing profession by establishing and maintaining standards for nursing education and training, as well as for practice. It also advocates on behalf of the public in matters concerning nursing. Therefore, one cannot practice nursing in South Africa if one is not registered with the SANC. In order to study nursing, one must apply and be admitted at a nursing education institution, either public or private. It is very important, though, to ensure that the nursing education institution has been accredited by the South African Nursing Council and that the program is accredited by both the South African Nursing Council and the Council on Higher Education. Applications for training must be sent directly to the nursing education institutions, which are published on the SANC website at www.sanc.co.za. The relevant nursing education institution will register you as a student nurse with the SANC. This is very important, as education and training that is undertaken without SANC registration is not recognized. The SANC issues you with a registration certificate as proof that you are registered with the SANC as a student nurse. This certificate is also sent to the nursing education institution. Be sure to ask for proof of this registration. The following school subjects can enhance your opportunity to be selected by the nursing education institution for the nursing programs: English, mathematical literacy or mathematics, life sciences and/or biology, and computer skills. Please note that the South African Nursing Council does not prescribe school subjects and the number of points required for entry into the various nursing programs. This function rests with the nursing education institutions. There are 3 entry levels undergraduate programs to nursing. The first one is the Higher Certificate in Nursing, which is a 1-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a nursing auxiliary. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification, which allows access to study towards a higher certificate qualification. The second level is a Diploma in Nursing, which is a 3-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a general nurse. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification which allows access to study towards a diploma qualification. The third level is a Bachelor of Nursing, a 4-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a professional nurse and midwife. In order to be admitted to the program, a person must be in possession of at least a national senior certificate as issued by Umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification which allows access to study towards a degree qualification. The nursing qualifications mentioned are offered at universities, public colleges, and private nursing schools, depending on the type and level of qualification. Just remember to visit the SANC's website to ensure you study nursing at an accredited institution. After undergoing an undergraduate program, there is ample opportunity to take further studies. This includes postgraduate diplomas in specialized areas such as childcare nursing and critical care nursing, or advanced degrees at honors, master's, and doctorate level. Once qualified, you may apply for employment at either public health establishments such as hospitals or clinics with the Department of Health, or join one of the private hospitals or clinics, municipalities, medical laboratories, and the military also offer nursing careers. Working as a nurse means you will be working shifts and long hours and night duty, dedicated solely to the well-being of the patients in your care. You will also work closely with other health professionals such as doctors, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and dietitians, to mention a few. The value of a true nurse lies in the ability to show respect for human life and dignity, social justice and integrity, and total commitment to patients and other healthcare users. If you are that person, the nursing profession is awaiting you. Visit www.sanc.co.za for the list of accredited nursing education institutions and make the correct career choice today. The South African Nursing Council, regulating nursing, advocating for the public. The nursing profession is regarded as the backbone of healthcare, as nurses are at the forefront of healthcare delivery. Being a nurse requires certain qualities such as communication skills, interpersonal skills, empathy, patience, honesty, sympathy, and compassion. Nursing entails preventative, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative health throughout a lifespan, from birth to death. A nurse deals with many conditions and cases, including trauma, maternity, pediatrics, gynecology, surgical and medical conditions, among many others. Nursing is a science and an art, involving both theory and practical work in the different practical settings. For example, clinics, community health centers, hospitals of different types and sizes, and hospices. In South Africa, nursing is regulated by the South African Nursing Council, or SANC. The SANC regulates the nursing profession by establishing and maintaining standards for nursing education and training, as well as for practice. It also advocates on behalf of the public in matters concerning nursing. Therefore, one cannot practice nursing in South Africa if one is not registered with the SANC. In order to study nursing, one must apply and be admitted at a nursing education institution, either public or private. It is very important, though, to ensure that the nursing education institution has been accredited by the South African Nursing Council and that the program is accredited by both the South African Nursing Council and the Council on Higher Education. Applications for training must be sent directly to the nursing education institutions, which are published on the SANC website at www.sanc.co.za. The relevant nursing education institution will register you as a student nurse with the SANC. This is very important as education and training that is undertaken without SANC registration is not recognized. The SANC issues you with a registration certificate as proof that you are registered with the SANC as a student nurse. This certificate is also sent to the nursing education institution. Be sure to ask for proof of this registration. The following school subjects can enhance your opportunity to be selected by the nursing education institution for the nursing programs: English, mathematical literacy or mathematics, life sciences and/or biology, and computer skills. Please note that the South African Nursing Council does not prescribe school subjects and the number of points required for entry into the various nursing programs. This function rests with the nursing education institutions. There are 3 entry levels undergraduate programs to nursing. The first one is the Higher Certificate in Nursing, which is a 1-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a nursing auxiliary. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification, which allows access to study towards a higher certificate qualification. The second level is a diploma in nursing, which is a 3-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a general nurse. In order to be admitted to the program, you must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification which allows access to study towards a diploma qualification. The third level is a Bachelor of Nursing, a 4-year program. On completion, you register with the SANC as a professional nurse and midwife. In order to be admitted to the program, a person must be in possession of at least a National Senior Certificate as issued by umalusi with the relevant subject combination or an equivalent international qualification which allows access to study towards a degree qualification. The nursing qualifications mentioned are offered at universities, public colleges, and private nursing schools, depending on the type and level of qualification. Just remember to visit the SANC's website to ensure you study nursing at an accredited institution. After undergoing an undergraduate program, there is ample opportunity to take further studies. This includes postgraduate diplomas in specialized areas such as childcare nursing and critical care nursing, or advanced degrees at honors, master's, and doctorate level. Once qualified, you may apply for employment at either public health establishments such as hospitals or clinics with the Department of Health, or join one of the private hospitals or clinics, municipalities, medical laboratories, and the military also offer nursing careers. Working as a nurse means you will be working shifts and long hours and night duty, dedicated solely to the well-being of the patients in your care. You will also work closely with other health professionals such as doctors, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and dietitians, to mention a few. The value of a true nurse lies in the ability to show respect for human life and dignity, social justice and integrity, and total commitment to patients and other healthcare users. If you are that person, the nursing profession is awaiting you. Visit www.sanc.co.za for the list of accredited nursing education institutions and make the correct career choice
Colleagues,
today.
thank you for coming
This-
back promptly. Can we please settle down so that we can start with the next session? Welcome back. Just a few announcements. We want to remind the online delegates that they must please put their questions for the next session in the chat box so that we can do that. But we also want to invite everyone, including then the delegates virtually attending, to add any suggestions that they might have that could take the profession forward, to add that to the chat box as well. For the rest of us, the book there with the questions can also include the suggestions. Then please note that you will be receiving an email with a link to complete on a survey of the event. We would appreciate your feedback. While we think everything went smoothly where we are standing and sitting, we do know that things behind the scenes aren't always as easy for the people who are doing the arrangements. So thank you to them for keeping us on time and to the program. And then following the first session or the previous session, I think just a reminder has already been said, is that COVID or pandemics should become part of our curricula somewhere, so that we make sure that we don't get caught unawares again. We need to make sure, as a few speakers reminded us, that we need to be vigilant and look after our nurses, and that includes us each other as well. Then council said we will value your input, as I've said. And then it's my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Jeanette Ngomalu, who is the Deputy Registrar of the Council. And she, as you all know, I think is a seasoned presenter. She's been around for a while. She's the Deputy Registrar, Professional Affairs, responsible for the core business of the SA Nursing Council since July 2022. She has been working at the SANC since July 2005 and to date, and occupied various positions, including being the acting registrar in the period that we're looking into appointing the current registrar, Professor Mchali. For the next speakers, please note then that I will call you up to the stage when Ms. Ngomalu has finished. Ms. Ngomalu, over to you.
Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's so difficult to present after Major Mkhize because it's just bringing a lot of sad memories, I think, for all of us in this auditorium. I am requested to present on inculcating the culture of research in nursing, perspective of SANC as a regulator. Oh, where is the thing? Oh, sorry. The outline of my presentation is as projected. It's introduction, background, legislative framework, roles of nurses in research, and achievements by SANC. I am going to present this presentation. It's a very short one because we just need to ensure that there is enough time that is left or for the nurses in this room to tell the council or SANC what they will want to see in the next strategy by the 17th council. The South African Nursing Council, like you already know, is a statutory body that exists in the interest of the public, to which it must account for excellence. And the core values, as already indicated yesterday, include advocacy, caring, quality, professionalism, innovation, and relevance, thereby committing to change within the health and policy dynamics in the context to promote public protection. And in order to improve the quality of nursing education and practice and support changes in formulation of regulations, there must be generation of knowledge through research and translation of the knowledge or evidence into practice. Hence, we talk about the evidence-based practice. In terms of the background, the chairperson, when she was presenting yesterday, she did indicate that the strategic plan for 2018 to 2023 had 3 strategic focus areas. And one of the strategic focus area is about regulation of the nursing professions, with 3 strategic objectives, that is regulating education and training, nursing practice, and promoting of nursing research. In developing the strategy for research, the Council aimed to advance the science of nursing, regulation, generate valid and reliable evidence that assists in development of regulations, policies, and decision-making. When we come to the legislative framework, in terms of section, and I confine myself to the Nursing Act because this is the perspective of SANC. In terms of section 41 of chapter 2 of the Nursing Act of 2005, the Council must ensure that prescribed ethical conduct pertaining to research related to the practice of nursing is adhered to and may take appropriate disciplinary action against persons who act in contravening of such rules or any other law. So here, the advocacy role of the SANC is to ensure that the healthcare users are not abused when data collection is collected. But I must say that I've been working for the council for quite some time. We've never had, or maybe there are few cases where there are allegations of unethical research that is reported to the South African Nursing Council, and I guess Dr. Mswede and Mr. Krobler can attest to that. Precisely because in most cases, we as nurses, we conduct research in fulfillment of our academic requirements. So the issue of ethical conduct is well handled, and an ethical clearance certificate is provided. I remember just one case where the research was conducted in one of the health establishment, and the patients were not treated well during data collection. But much as the legislative framework or the Nursing Act only emphasizes the issue of advocacy role during research, we do know that nurses have got different roles in as far as research is concerned. The first role is of identification of researchable problems in our workspace and also be able to conduct research. When you have listened carefully from yesterday's presentation by the chairperson of the Professional Conduct Committee, you have realized that there are a lot of issues that we need to investigate so that we can be able to improve the quality of nursing practice out there. Even today, when the chairperson of Impairment Committee was providing some statistics, we realized that we have problems. Some of the nurses abuse drugs, and in other provinces, the prevalence is higher than in other provinces. And this tells us that something is wrong out there. Drugs are easily available, and hence the nurses are able to access them. and in the process, they become addicted to drugs. Nurses are also expected to participate in research, and in most cases, I'm sure we have realized that when you receive a request to participate in research, if you don't benefit anything, you just ignore. But it is our role to participate in research if we want to improve our nursing profession. And the advocacy role, I've already mentioned that, and dissemination of our research findings, as well as utilization of those research findings. And I think that's where there are some gaps, because in most cases, evidence will be there or the knowledge will be there that has been generated by research, but when it comes now to translating that evidence to practice, we do find some challenges. And I think this is supported by research where they indicate that translating of knowledge into practice has been slow. So this is the area where we need to work hard as nurses, and I hope that here in this room we've got experienced researchers who can be able to assist us in translating this evidence or research into practice. Achievement of SANC in research. I already indicated that research is in the strategy of the council, the current council, and the chairperson indicated yesterday that currently we do not have any budget that is set aside for research, and secondly, we do not have a dedicated, let's say, unit or desk at the South African Nursing Council that is responsible for research. And as we benchmark with other regulatory bodies across the world and also in Africa, we have realized that research is being conducted, and with other regulatory bodies, they even have a team of researchers that forms the staff establishment of those councils, and they even have their own journals. I know we are still very far from that, but I think for future, for those who are going to be taking over from us, who are about to retire, they are going to carry this vision forward. Now, the achievement of SANC is that we have established the research committee for the first time, and we have developed the terms of reference for that committee, and also the templates in case of independent research, the proposal template, evaluation template, information leaflet, as well as some of the consent form. But this is applicable for those who will be interested in using the South African Nursing Council as a research site. When it comes to the research agenda last year, and we need to say cheers to the 16th Council, because this was done for the first time just to come up with our research agenda as the South African Nursing Council. Maybe I can just briefly talk about the process that we followed when developing this agenda. There was consultation with the South African Nursing Council, council members, those who are responsible also for the core business of the council, like your education committee, laws, practice and standard committee, impairment committee, preliminary investigation committee, as well as the professional conduct committee. We didn't do the external consultation this time around. And the research agenda was shared with all the stakeholders. And our request at that time last year, because we knew that the term of the 16th Council is coming to an end, we just said this research agenda is for the 2022 and 2023 year, so that when the new council takes over, we are then going to revisit this research agenda. What we requested from the institutions as we were distributing this research, we requested the institution, because we don't have any funding, to consider the areas of research in their research activities, and also just to acknowledge SANC, should they choose one of the areas of research as contained in that research agenda, and also to share the findings with the South African Nursing Council, because after all, we want to develop regulations as well as policy based on evidence. Now, the other achievement is that the council is currently conducting a research on development of a servant leadership framework for the South African Nursing Council. The aim of this study is to develop a servant leadership framework, and the objective of the project is to explore and describe the perception of nurses, the council members, as well as the nurses out there on SANC as a servant leader organization. And the ethical clearance was issued by the Human Sciences Research Council, and the South African Nursing Council has procured the services of a company that will be responsible for data collection as well as analysis. And some of you might actually say, where is the achievement here? Because the project has not been completed. The research findings have not been published in any journal or whatever magazine. But we are saying that this is work on progress, and at the end of this project, of course, we'll be sharing with the nursing profession about the findings. I am saying that by next week, colleagues will be receiving an external memo where we're just introducing this research project, and we are requesting that should you be part of the sample, please, I know that we've got the right not to participate, but we are urging you to participate, because after all, we want to join hands and strengthen our profession in evidence-based practices. And I think that's what I have for you for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nomalo. Can I just add my plea? Please complete the questionnaire. As you've heard, it will be totally anonymous. It goes to another company out there. So council will only be getting the data. Can I then ask the panelists to join me here on the stage? Dr. Kobi Mare, who will be replacing Dr. Makanya, who's not available due to injury. Dr. Molepo, the SANC chairperson, Dr. Zuma, SANC vice chairperson, and Professor Mchali as the registrar and CEO of council. Also, I think just to reflect on Ms. Nomalo's presentation, I think, getting all the research we've done into practice is one thing. But I think the one thing that we are not doing enough of is clinical practice research. And I think that is where we really need the figures that we require to make a change in clinical practice. Having said that, I think I want to just remind you of the rules or the requests of governing this question and answer session. Firstly, we've really pleaded yesterday that we only ask one question, and I want to repeat that. Please, one question. Please don't give us your own speech. Give us the question and who you are directing it to. And also, please don't intimidate the chair when I try to control. By the powers vested in me, as the minister said last night, I've been given the opportunity to control so that we get as much of the questions in as possible. If your questions are not possible to be answered, please put them in the book with your email address so that we can respond, and that goes for the virtual delegates as well. We have some questions coming up here as already, and I'll deal with them as we get there. The questions can be from all the information that we looked at yesterday and today. Having said that, I didn't remind you who I am. I'm Neloise Geyer and one of the SANC members. Can I then just start and just remind you, Dr. Molepo is first on your left-hand side. She's the council's chairperson. Then Professor Mchali is the Registrar and CEO of the Council. Dr. Kobe Mare is from the Department of Health, and she's the acting CEO representing the Department of Health. And then finally, Dr. Zuma, who's the Vice Chair of Council. Thank you, colleagues, for joining us. And then the only person that I have to introduce to you in more detail is Dr. Kobe Mare. And thanks to the wonder of technology, we could actually arrange that I have something this morning that's unfortunately not in your pamphlets. Dr. Kobe Mare is trained in general nursing and midwifery, and she trained at the S.G. Lawrence College in Pretoria. She did a psychiatry training at West Koppies Hospital, BK Nursing Education and Management, and Administration at UNISA. She completed a master's and doctoral degree in psychiatry at the RAU, the Rau University, now called the University of Johannesburg. She worked at the then H.F. Wood Hospital. She worked at West Koppies, S.G. Lawrence, and for a significant time she was in charge of Steve Biko Hospital, Steve Biko Academic Hospital, before she moved to Gauteng Provincial Department. And all of that took 40 years, so she's got a significant experience, and she's now the Director of Nursing Education and Training at the National Department of Health. So thank you, Dr. Kobe, for joining us today. We look forward to hear from you as well. Okay, colleagues, can we then proceed with questions? Any ones who want to start? There is a hand. Colleagues, and can I also ask if you had a question to ask yesterday and today, this morning, and there's other people who want to ask, just give them a chance as well. If there's nobody, you're very welcome to ask your questions as well. Please go on.
Venti van Heerden, New Somerset Hospital, Greenpoint, Cape Town, as a clinical educator. The question comes from yesterday. The list is long, but I'll keep it to one. I salute you as the council, but you will get all the list and we expect the answers. The question is, yesterday the presentation included Masters and PhD, but our South African Nursing Council, even with this current presentation of research, is not embracing us and having us acknowledged, not even on our sunk receipt, for having obtained Masters and PhD. Can we please request that that is at least being done? Thank you.
Do you direct that to somebody specifically?
Oh, is that? To the South African Nursing Council as our governing body. Thank you.
Yeah. The rights get taken. No, we know that. Let the questions, let them give the questions, because the purpose of the session is for them to tell us what is it that they want us taking forward.
Okay.
So the responses we take on this.
Okay. I've consulted. We take your point. There's a hand here for a microphone, please. We take your point. What do you suggest? I think on the qualifications framework of the Nursing Council, you will see that Masters is again advanced practice. I think the one thing we need to note is that the qualifications registered by Nursing Council is professional qualifications, not academic, and that is the difference. But to become an advanced practitioner, we need a master's degree. And advanced practice is not yet a recognized category of nurse. So that is where we need to take this forward. Just a microphone there, please.
Good morning, everyone. Elisha Dyson, I'm a lecturer at WCCN in Boland. I think the first thing is just a suggestion of maybe benchmarking for the board exams against maybe America with the NCLEX, where it can be an online platform, more exams scheduled, not just once a year or twice a year, and the results come out immediately after that. And I mean, I've went through that exam, it's quite intensive. All multiple choice exams, but you get your results immediately, and they test you from first year to master's level if you have a master's. The question I have is related to, and I know this is Nursing Council, so it might be a box of worms, is the regulation of community care workers. They are an extension of our hands outside in the communities, and with the re-engineering of primary health care and the whole focus moving to preventative care, they are the foot soldiers, walking in the community, bringing those patients back to the clinics. So my question is this, is that something that will be looked at? And something that can be looked at? Please, thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Anybody with on the
Yes.
side? Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khaya. I'm Tulani Masombuga, the Provincial Secretary of DINOSA in Pumalanga. Mine, firstly, it's just a proposal. As yesterday, the Vice Chair of the Council indicated that there won't be any maybe building or of a new offices of SANC in the provinces. But then I will then suggest that the council maybe must consider to continue with those road shows per year, per province, so that nurses will able to access buying of devices, changing of everything. I think that will also assist even the queue and the issue of traveling to the nursing council in Pretoria. So we'll suggest maybe a week or 2 weeks per province per year, so that it is within the schedule sorry, of the nursing council. Number two, it's a question.
One, please. Oh, okay.
It's a question that when will nursing council increase the intake of the R171 and R169 in the colleges? Because of the number of intake, it's so very little, and when we check in terms of the research, almost 40% of the professional nurses are exiting this system in 4 to 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the suggestion. Can we have a third question and before we move on?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for the presenters. We appreciate everything. We've learned a lot, but my question is focusing on primary healthcare services. I am very much concerned, and I wish Nursing Council and the National Department of Health should consider the role of the supervisors, clinic supervisors, and community health center managers as assistant manager nursing in the nursing practice, because the COM7, in fact, the student nurses are practicing in the primary healthcare centers, and they are also doing their practical in those centers, and little has been said in this workshop concerning the primary healthcare services as the preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative services, which can lead, if it can be strengthened, it can lead to reduction of the flow to the hospital.
Thanks.
I am Nomfanelo Lojek from Eastern Cape, District Clinical
Can you
Specialist
please
Primary Health
conclude?
Center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Any volunteers for the 3 questions?
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for the questions. Can I start with community healthcare workers? As we are all seated here, and I take it in the main, we are nurses. And therefore, we were trained under a particular regulation. Community healthcare workers is not a nursing program. And therefore, they were not trained under any nursing regulation. And therefore cannot be, in the current setup, be regulated by the South African Nursing Council as a nursing profession regulator. This was a concern in the presidential summit on the 3rd and 4th of May, that these categories are dealing directly with patients, and they are not regulated, and they are in the main
I think there was a presentation from Labour. Yes, there was a presentation of Labour in the presidential summit that talked about the fact that there are 90,000. Now, if you're looking at the people that are already trained and there are 90,000 and they are within a health environment, but they are not regulated, the issue is there has been attempts made to communicate with the health councils to see which council can take them over. But in our fora for health councils, the ones under the minister, it was all an agreement that they were not trained under any regulation. So you cannot let people train, and only when they have been trained, you regulate them. When you didn't regulate their training. So that is the dilemma when it comes to community healthcare workers. Dr. Crispy, Prof. Crispy has indicated to you how fragmented our attempts in healthcare has been. And community healthcare workers was in the presidential summit actually seen as how fragmentation actually happened, because those people are there already, they are doing the service. We say they are important within an ideal clinic setup, and they will be important in the universal health coverage attempts that we are doing through NHI, but they are not regulated. And therefore it went back to the Presidential Health Summit so that in the Presidential Health Report Review, we would get a guidance as to what will happen with this community health care workers. But under the current circumstances, they were not trained under any health regulation, and therefore all health councils, as we report to the minister, we cannot take responsibility for them. I wanted to take the issue of the benchmarking. In relation to the board exam, the council has done a lot of benchmarking. They have gone everywhere, and they've started here in the continent, and then they have gone overseas, and they have actually benchmarked thoroughly. What has happened is what I reported yesterday over the issues, the issues that are in our 5-year strat plan that could not be achieved. And some of them that could not be achieved is because those determinants do not necessarily fall on the council itself. But we also have, there were dependencies in other issues such as ICT, such as other homework that we had to do before we can license. People should understand that in the main, in South Africa, we are the people with the highest role of nurses. And therefore, it's not just we benchmark and then we initiate. We literally need to look into these issues that when we do that, we are quite sure. But processes are ongoing, and the benchmarking has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Charlie.
Can you hear me? It's open?
Yeah.
All right, okay, thank you. I just want to comment on two.
It's open.
They open it from
It
the
should
other
be
side.
open.
They operate it from the other side.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much. I want to comment on two matters raised.
He's
about
coming.
here.
He's coming there.
It is yellow. It's green.
Hello? Okay, in the meantime, maybe I can use this one. I want to comment on two matters. One about the road shows. We've noted the request. And then the second one, it's about the masters and PhDs. And that is an important request, because sometimes we get maybe people requesting database about the experts in the country. So we may have to relook at how then can we entertain that, even if it's not qualifications leading to registration with the Nursing Council, but we have a database somewhere that will have or indicate the people with masters and PhDs in the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, the people who have done advanced practitioners and have master's degrees, specifically in clinical programs, they are already registered with the council as advanced practitioners. And in the main, when you move up the ladder to PhD, you're already an advanced practitioner. And at the current moment, the council has already registered you as an advanced practitioner. Unless you are doing a non-practitioner. Yes, you were in the field that's not practitioner. The request that we got from people indicated that, can I please, on my annual practicing license, can it reflect that I am a professor? Yes.
Now they've new.
The request we get in now is I have master's and I have PhD. Can the council recognize that? We also getting requests of people saying, but on my annual certificate, I am a professor and it's not reflecting. But the certificates indicate your qualifications and even you are advanced in terms of how you are registered with the regulator. I think people must understand, how are you registered as a professional with the regulator of the profession?
Thank you, Dr. Malepo.
And then yesterday, Prof. Duma, the chairperson of Education Committee, explained the issue of the numbers. It is not the council that increases the numbers. It's the NEI that makes a request to increase the numbers. And then the council then interacts with the NEI and asks them to submit documentation that says, oh yes, our numbers need to be increased. In most cases, you are not sharing a clinical facility alone. You do not have a Molepo Nursing College with a Molepo hospital. You have a hospital that is utilized by a public nursing college, by a university nursing department, by a private hospital NEI, and by a private independent practitioner NEI on one patient. I think if people look to the reason the national department had to come up with the clinical guidelines on clinical training platform, as it was presented by Dr. Matandela, is in the introductory statement is because this country has nurses that are not safe and that are not confident and competent practitioners. And that lead to the higher numbers that we saw when Prof. Makene reported on PCCs, to what Mr. Nsabela reported this morning, and the litigations that we're suffering that Ms. Gazakeri presented yesterday. Because in reviewing and coming up with the guidelines, this was actually a directive from the political principals that can we now, with the new curriculum, can you bring us something that is a deliverable of the policy that will ensure that the nurses that really deal with people in our country, they are safe practitioners. Because otherwise, the issues that come after people are not safe practitioners, but provinces are suffering. And at the end of the day, that was reported that we're losing money that should have gone to service delivery.
Thank you, colleagues. Lots of thank yous on the chat. And two comments. The one is, can we have a commitment for improved turnaround time for new programs? The other is, the question is, how will SANC support the researchers, nurse researchers? Will you respond to it?
The questions are noted. Because remember, we want inputs that will feed into the strategic plan moving forward.
Okay, we rather want some proposals for moving forward. Okay, so the question is noted. I think Ms. Nomalo did indicate that this is a new one. So if you have any proposals, please ask. Next one.
is Mbali Mhlongo from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I know the chairperson has just talked about the numbers, and that's exactly my plea. My program is postgraduate diploma in primary care nursing, and the numbers that we've been given for clinical placement are very, very low. There is a need in the province for primary care trained nurses. I'll just make an example of the legacy qualification that we've been training nurses on. That per annum, we used to train 300 plus nurses because it was a decentralized program. We understand there is a difference between that and the postgraduate diploma nursing, but there is still a huge need in the province for training primary care nurses. So it's a plea for us. I know the chairperson has addressed it, but it's a special plea that how can we increase the numbers so that we meet the needs of the province. Thank you.
Next question, where's the next mic? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Margreet Wibbelink, and I'm representing the midwives of South Africa with SANCTV midwifery, and I am also very inspired by this morning as we need to be the future, and I want to be, I'm not that young anymore, but be part of the future. And my plea is that we need to strengthen midwifery in this country urgently. We've seen that 29%, the highest litigation cases is maternity cases. I'm actually not a nurse, I'm a midwife. I never studied nursing, but that's my personal journey. I did, however, study advanced midwifery. I studied in Belgium. I studied advanced midwifery. I had a master's in midwifery and a PhD in midwifery in South Africa. I've been here 20 years. I think we really need to up our game and invest in midwifery. Otherwise, we're going to lose our young midwives because they're not competent. And the old midwives are leaving the country. They're frustrated. Moms and babies are dying. We need to invest in midwifery urgently. I would dream that midwifery can become a profession that is acknowledged and seen, and that you can go for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one.
Hello.
Sorry, can we go here in the middle first?
Okay. Can I go ahead? So I'd just like to...
I'll give you a minute.
I'd like to get some feedback from the council in terms of the progress on their IT strategy. Having served on the council previously, I knew that was high on the agenda. And I think that progress will definitely influence our submissions to the council, because most other structures that we work with, we upload electronically, but we are still submitting manually to the council, and we could save more trees. It will also influence the examinations, and we heard the chairperson say that there is benchmarking completed, so we'd like to know how soon can we see an electronic version of that examination. And then obviously it'll also influence the specialization of nursing informatics. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sharon. The other middle, please.
Good morning. Madida Malaji from Limpopo. I just want to check with SANC, because they are regulating the nursing education and practice. Because it seems like with institutions, they've got different requirements for one to enroll as a nurse. I want to check their rule, because at some instances, some universities, the degree in particular education and management is at NQF level 6, others NQF level 7, and so on and so forth. So I just want to check with SANC, why are we having such disparities in terms of NQF level qualification and selection criteria requirements?
Thank you. That last group there on the side, does anybody go, please go?
Yes, good day, colleagues. I'm Ebonye Meram from the Northwest Province. I'm responsible for nursing practice in the province. Mine is related to the SANC position paper or position statement on the allocation of non-specialized nurses in the specialized units. I would like to know from SANC, based on the discussions that have been going through, that clearly indicated that there is a challenge on the supply of the specialized nurses versus the demand. And with the matters currently on the PGDs, where really the demand in the service, it's higher than the supply. I would like to know whether there is a consideration or there will be a consideration to maybe review the position statement or what? Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we start with the last question that I direct to Dr. Zuma? Thank you.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. I think the position statement, I think sometimes it actually becomes sad if it is challenged by us as nurses. Because I imagine myself lying in ICU and there is no one who is actually qualified. So our intention, I think we have recognized the fact that there is shortage of the specialist nurses, and in that position statement, it says, in the unit, there must be at least one who is actually a specialty in that particular area. That is meant to ensure patient safety. And I think it's expected of nurse managers to take the position statement, write submission to their supervisors, requesting for mechanisms to ensure that there is coverage. If you are because we have actually discussed this further, you will find that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there are 4 allocated. And then on Friday, then there's no one. It also asks for you as a manager to reflect, how do you allocate 4, then there's nothing on Friday. And I think for me, also as a statement, it is true. It is kind of a caring ethic for managers not to leave the unit if they are specialized without ensuring that there is a coverage in the unit. So I think the essence, we did not ask that there must be full complement. We said at least for the safety of the patient, there must be someone who's able to supervise. And we've further gone on to say, those professional nurses who then are not having specialty but are placed in the intensive care unit, they must have undergone induction. Because how do you allocate a specialist patient to a non-inducted person? So I think my plea is that nurses, please take that position statement and defend it to say managers allocate us additional budget to ensure coverage, whether over time or other mechanisms. But we are really asking for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Mchali, would you like to explain the entry requirements for the SACWA levels and why that has become a criteria for our new programs?
Yes, you can do it. You want to explain?
Okay.
I think this was presented by Professor Duma yesterday. And Dr. Mtembu used the table here to actually explain to you the NQF levels as they are currently being done. Every NEI has its own entry requirements. So the entry requirements for Limpopo College of Nursing for nurses is not the same as the entry requirements for the University of Limpopo Nursing Department. They are different. And those entry requirements, Prof. Duma has indicated when he presented governance, is because the college council has approved them. The university council has approved them. So they cannot, Pretoria University cannot have the same entry requirements with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And if we're using the Limpopo example, because the speaker comes from Limpopo, is the fact that even entry requirements into medicine for students that are going to Cuba are not the same as entry requirements for medical students in our own country. So that then tells you it is governed by the governance structures of that. The NQF levels are not a sunk making. No, it's what everybody in the country is following.
And it's law.
No.
Dr. Marie.
Madam Chair, maybe I can just add to that. What might have brought some insecurities around it
is the fact that nurse training outside the universities before 2020 were not on the NQF levels. So it was the EMS training, agricultural training, and nurse training. We did not belong onto any of the NQF levels. And that's also the reason why the 4-year diploma with all those qualifications were changed now. Also the 4-year degree, it now only have general and midwifery. So we only moved into the NQF levels in 2020. But now we're on par with all the other post-school training in the country. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The issue,
IT.
Yeah, and I think the issue of increase in numbers of nurse training, it's not that the council does not live in this country. I think yesterday we indicated the challenges that brought the gap in the training of nurse specialization. And therefore, the current cry in health service is related to the gap in the production. And the reasons that led to the gap in the productions were outlined. And now that there has been a joint position statements, and now that the council has issuing you a circular that says, then you start, the PGDs can start in mid-year. It's not possible that because you have a gap of 300, then you can just take 300. And in many people's thinking as they advance their reasoning is because we have not been training and we were producing so many, can we take this high number? We are in a different animal in terms of a nursing program. Can we start this program? When you are in this program, can you now convince this council that we have this capacity in both theory and clinical practice to manage this program and these numbers, submit to the council as per usual procedure. The council will look at your thing, they will ask you for a clinical master plan to assist them, then they will increase their numbers to the level as a regulator. Because and I'm speaking here because I was representing you in the health summit. There was a cry from other circles of health to say, let the council not regulate nursing. But that is its mandate. The mandate of the council is to regulate this profession. So the council is not denying you the high numbers that you want to train. The council is regulating the profession. And it is not, we are not doing that because we are not aware of the health needs in the country. In actual fact, we indicated to you in the strategic plan, we advise the minister on health matters specifically relating to nursing. And maybe if it might comfort people here, we wrote to the minister, what the DDG was reading to you yesterday here is what the council advised the minister on. To say, Minister, in the PGDs that has been submitted, we are finding scarcity in these programs, whereas we thought that lessons from COVID would say we would have an increase in infection control programs, in mental health programs, in forensic programs, but we're seeing little of that. And as we write to the minister, as per the provisions of the Act, in advising him, the minister then comes back to you here and say, we see there are other programs that are not being done. It's because we have already written to the minister. Yeah. What we do is we already write to the minister and say, Minister, the PCC report that was presented yesterday here to say, we are seeing an increase in maternity cases in this province. Because then when the minister meets in the NHC, National Health Council meetings, those things can be uplifted. These HODs it can then evolve to the NHC tech, and the HODs of those provincial departments can then realize that there's a lot of maternity cases coming from nurses in my province. Engage the director of practice or nursing education and say, hey, madam, I have these challenges coming from the national department. Can we please manage that? So we advise the minister, and we are saying, for example, this university had not submitted any program. Minister, this province, they have not submitted anything. And we're looking into matters of health, and we are worrying what will happen because these colleges in this province have not submitted 1, 2, 3. And hence, the case example that we used yesterday, the Western Cape case example of positivity. Yeah. So we are aware. We are aware, we sit in these meetings where the issues of PGDs are highlighted. We are aware also of I'm looking for a diplomatic word. We are aware of the way the concerns have so overtaken people that they are presented untruly to the minister and to the media, as if the council is sitting on this thing and this thing must not continue. As if this country will train 30,000 PGDs in a year, but it is the council that is the bottleneck. That's the word I was looking for. Because the media says the nursing council is the bottleneck. But the media doesn't just write. Somebody else told the media that, we would have, if I'm using the KZN example, madam, I'm using you an example. Then they would say, previously we were producing 3,000. Look, now we're producing 500 because the council is a bottleneck. So I wish we protect this profession. And I wish we really look into our situation. And I wish we advise our political principles correctly. Because when the political principles do not just come and put pressure on you, if we had not given a real explanation to the political principles to say, this is our challenge. This is it. Because Ms. Matandela was also explaining the issue of clinical education and teaching units. And I was seated here listening to what people were saying about, hey, there's no building, hey, there's no paint, hey, there's no one. Those issues we take into consideration, and the EDCO looks at them, and they take them into consideration. So once you are asking for the numbers, and yet you don't have facility for clinical education and teaching, and also you don't have staff for clinical education and teaching, and then you say, because the national has not given a directive, you have all these things that you are throwing into the pot. But all of them say, the nurse you want to train, is that nurse a safe practitioner? After you have these challenges in resources, after you have your need, but you have these resources to cook this nurse up, will that nurse be a safe practitioner at the end?
Thank you, Dr. Malepo. Just the IT.
Yes.
Thanks.
The turnaround times for PGDs, we note them. It has been our concern. We are working on that. ICT. Yesterday, when I made a presentation on the council strategic focus areas, I indicated ICT as our major non-achievement. And I also indicated that we had a click with the service provider that was supposed to be assisting us in the ICT. Hence, I said in the beginning here, there are a lot of things we didn't achieve because they are not necessarily council defined. We have other external determinants that assist us or facilitate us achieving our objectives. And yesterday I indicated that whilst we have in the stakeholder meetings been saying the MMS is coming, and with the MMS, we will upload CPDs, you will upload learner registration, you will upload applications, those things could not continue because of the glitch that we experienced in our ICT issues, and that affected our ICT strategy. And I indicated it is a legal matter at the moment that the SANC legal personnel are dealing with. So, Dr. Vasisa, then, that is where we are now. But the council is now continuing looking at it in another way so that our ICT strategy can continue. Which one did we not lose?
Charlie, no, she's.
Okay, I want to comment on the issue of ICT. I hear the side from the Nursing Council, and you are saying moving forward, how do we then work on this ICT matter? And I'm looking at the training institutions. We have hospitals that are now paperless. And from our side, as the regulatory body, is there a need maybe to develop some legal frameworks that will enable the adoption of ICT in education and practice? And then do we also need to maybe outline the competencies that are required to be able to function effectively in these paperless hospitals? Do we have maybe the sites or clinical sites where we can place these students for them to get the required competencies in terms of ICT, nursing informatics, health informatics, those things? So that is the question I had from my side, maybe whether we need to also look at that, because the demands are there now in service. They are moving or adopting ICT. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just to say in the chat box, some of the questions are going missing and all the details that is being submitted for SANC. Some of the proposals, recommendations is noted, as well as the questions. I think we have 3 minutes left. Can we have the two people with the microphone? That will be the last questions for today. And can we start there at the back, please? Simon, can we just wait?
Thank you,
Yes.
Chairperson. My name is Molekudi Matsipane from Northwest University. Firstly, I would like to make a comment that the coming forth Indaba for nursing can be structured in a manner that we are being given that opportunity to engage, very robust engagement, to have a dialogue into that, to have conversation with SANC issues and SANC matter. Can be included in that Indaba, can be included into that program so that we must, because it takes 5 years in order to, we have got burning issues from nursing education. I'm a chairperson for education portfolio from Fundisa. I've got a lot of questions that are really burning, that really need to be engaged. Like yesterday, we've got the information that the professional entrance examination is one of the challenges. And then the EDCO chairperson said that they are in the process of benchmarking. Those are two contradicting statements to us, because we are having Fundisa next week. I don't know what I'm going to say to that, because we have got a lot of challenges. The students are phoning whether are they going to be accommodated when they come to write those two examinations. So can you also maybe be availed the report with regard to the benchmarking?
Time, please.
Thank you, Neoluisa. Bye.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hi. This side.
Can that side go? This one doesn't have sound. Please help with the sound. Thanks, Megan.
Thank you. I'm Megan from WITS. And the suggestion and question I have is related to, it's come up a lot that we have these shortages and that it can be answered by training. But I think what's missing is a quantification of the needs. So you talk about that we need to have capacity to train more, but in order to train more, we need more resources. And we can't justify for more resources if we don't have the evidence of the needs of the country. So instead of benchmarking using what we used to train, so the numbers that we used to train, we need proper benchmarking as to what are the training needs of the country. And my suggestion is that when you do your research agenda and your research focus, that perhaps that can be one of them, so that we have justification for why we need to train more nurses.
Thank you very much. Last opportunity.
Thank you. I am Paul Litsati Putsani from Gauteng. And I believe that nursing is art and the science at the same time. However, I just want to hear the view of the council on the institutions that are producing nurses full online. And lastly, because I can't motivate, Prof. Mchali-
Can you just continue quickly?
Prof-
We've got
Prof.
10
Mchali.
seconds.
Prof. Mchali, how will you feel by being nursed by a nurse who is produced fully online without human interaction? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Neloise.
Last time to comment. No questions anymore, colleagues. Our time is up.
Dr. Neloise.
I'm sorry. I'm
Waiting
sorry.
for 2 days.
No, sorry. We don't have time. We have to stick to time. People have flights.
1, 2. There's a question this side.
One question and
Yeah,
one question
it's coming
only.
this
Going
side.
to cut you off if you don't stop.
Hello, there's a question this side.
you.
Thank you. I'm Professor Felicity Daniels from the University of the Western Cape. I would like to support a comment that was made yesterday regarding the Nursing Act and re-looking at it and maybe talking
A question, please.
Yes, talking about it, I'm getting there, is that there are notifications from government departments that are interim arrangements. A point in question is the study permits that are problematic when SANCT does not accept the study permit extensions, and the students therefore cannot get their learner registrations. Can that please be considered?
Thank you for that. Comments from the team here in front that you want to respond to anything? Dr. Malepo?
Yeah. I do not know, the chairperson of ODCO is here and the deputy registrar is here. I do not know of any program that has been approved in our country that is strictly online. And Dr. Mabuda yesterday responded to this question, that at the current moment we do not have any program approved by the council where a nurse is trained online. He said nursing is theory and clinical. And I think I've understood him correctly. And therefore, as a council, I do not remember us approving a program that is just online.
Thank you, Dr. Malepo. Anything else from the rest of the committee? I think that remains from me to thank you all for joining me on the stage.
They can write there. Can the people that we could not reach, I see they feel aggrieved, I think, especially the other side.
Yeah.
Can they continue to write their
questions down, please?
Yeah, so that
Colleagues,
they will be
please, I know there's
responded.
lots of questions, no time. Please write up your questions, but remember to put your emails. I just want to thank you for your patience with the process. And thank you for your questions and contributions without which we note the chat box. And also just to remind you that the presentations will be circulated by council. It is now over to the chairperson to close the conference so that we can catch our flights home. Thank you, Chair.
Askies to all the hands that were raised and we could not address them. To all of us here, I indicated yesterday when we opened that the 15th council started with the nursing in Indaba. And we thought it would really be ideal that we continue with the Indaba. But the continuation of the Indaba was not that it comes at the end of a council. In actual fact, this council thought that we should have an Indaba in 2020 and then have an Indaba at the end of the term of council. And then the animal, we do not know where he came from, and therefore we could not organize that Indaba as we indicated. The COVID then came. So in the main, hence, there are some issues that we dealt with yesterday that we said because of COVID and because of other processes, they could not be realized. We covered
matters of our mandate regulating nursing education. And we thought, because of the landscape of nursing education, it would be important that we in this fora then talk about the governance of NEIs, and that we did with you today, and we hope you really took positive lessons from there. And we also looked into the current issues pertaining to the profession, that we are now in a higher education space, and hence we used our positive case example so that we can learn from the Western Cape examples and see that you also can. We also looked into matters of technology in the teaching of nursing and social media. And I know Dr. Vasutharan is very keen on nursing informatics, and I thought she will be the first person to submit a PGD program on nursing informatics. I'm still waiting, Doctor. We also wanted to inform, because there are a lot of questions that are coming from the profession, that now that there are new programs, what about us? So what have we become? What will we become when the other people become this? And therefore, Dr. Mthembu was tasked to actually comfort this collective with the pathways that are available from legacy to a higher education qualification sub-framework program. And because the Statutory Committee of Council, you know, the preliminary investigation, the PCC and the impairment committee, to name those, is because we're dealing with issues that really bog the nurses down. It is not nice to strike a nurse off the roll. And it is also sometimes so surprising to realize that a nurse can actually do this that we are seeing on paper. And therefore we came and we said, if we can paint a 5-year picture of what we have been dealing with and then integrate it with the consequences of this, and then indicate that if we're not training nurses properly, if we are not getting our clinical education properly, we need to then relate them to the tables that we have been flashing up here to indicate to you, so that you realize that we have a problem there in terms of maternity. And the CPD rollout that is being done, we indicated to the minister yesterday that the CPD, we actually purposely looking at our PCC results, started them with a pathogram. And Dr. K. Peterson turns red because the people in maternity really have a challenge of plotting a pathogram. And that then, apart from her seeing red, it talks to all of us to say, if I am in maternity, I need to know how to plot a pathogram. And therefore, the purpose of the CPD is because I know I don't know how to plot a pathogram. Therefore, this is an area of nursing personnel development that I really need to do myself. I must applaud Mr. Shongwan. I'm not sure if I haven't seen him here today, because in his presentation, he gave us the whole historical perspective of where we are, and in actual fact, where we are to conceptualize how DINOSA is actually representing us in the International Council of Nursing, so that we appreciate the historical perspectives and all the activities that they have been done. And also to appreciate that from their union wing, they were able to assist that some of the leadership positions that are there in the provinces have actually been them ensuring that they post it out. Because of the current issues, we requested Prof. Crispy to come and indicate what is actually the role of the nurse here. Because in provinces, people were told that, no, because we are moving towards NHI, and then we are starting with the ideal clinic, and then we're starting with so that all these issues, they then need to be brought in together. You don't see community health care workers there in some ways, ward-based organizations, and then how do they link together for us as nurses within the universal health coverage? And South Africa has elected to do it with the NHI. And I also hope that
he dispelled the myth of how most of us are having about the issues of NEI. We ask the national department to really come and enforce it, and also implore on nurse managers to realize that you cannot have a competent safe nurse if you are waiting on the lecturer to come and demonstrate clip removal. Because you are the person in the practice situation and know how clips are removed. So you need to demonstrate this nurse. And you need to say to the nurse, I come tanam, not as you do at school, but quick, quick, quick. Let's do it this way and not follow the standard operating procedure. Because once we do not follow that, then we are not safe practitioners. And yours truly, because he was the author of the document, that is why I'm emphasizing, and I'm very happy that it was actually looked into. I'm happy Ms. Ngumalo indicated that majority of the research and all of us that wants to be recognized there is because we're doing this research for the purposes of a qualification. And therefore, we have very few institutions that are doing their own researches so that they can improve clinical practice in their own institutions or health establishments. Because if we were doing research as groups of hospitals or groups in our maternity units, our surgical and pediatric units, then we were instituting research to improve clinical practice. That will then be more improving. It will be a CPD within, as it will be a participatory research in a way we're doing, and at the same time we are conducting research. But also, as you presented, it came to us that if we identify a particular strategic objective and we do not have a person to drive that particular strategic focus area, we literally also going to be dumping it on a person and it not be realized. And therefore, in our re-engineering and reorganizing the council, it will then is calling for us to then look into the organizational structure and look at a person that will be driving research at the level of the council. And we appreciate your inputs on that particular instances. I just wanted to address an issue. There was a midwife who was straight to midwifery, midwifery qualified, and midwifery up the ladder. When the new programs were, higher qualification framework programs had to come into being, the office of the chief nursing officer, and I was posted to them at a particular moment in time. The Minister of Health then was the nursing problems in the country must address the health system of this country. So if the health system of the country is that if I am at a rural clinic X, the person that comes at rural clinic X for health service is not looking into whether I have nursing only or whether I have midwifery only. The person wants a comprehensive service. And therefore, the issue of direct midwifery entry exam or entry program has been stifled by the fact that, is it a country need? Or can we train people for our own country need and ensure that they are safe practitioners? I must say and I'm talking for the council, and I'm also talking for the head that I had not been given, I'm giving it to myself from the national department, that we have been so overwhelmed with the support online, the interactions online, the support that we have here. We are quite aware, and therefore the reason that we could not address many of your questions says to us there is a need for this frequent interaction. And we have noted that. We have noted that. But we were saying, as we said at this couch, we said, this collective sitting here and the 1,000 nurses online, they should actually indicate to us and assist the 17th Council and say, this one presented the 3 strategic focus areas, but we would like you in the next council to add 1, 2, 3. Colleagues, so that the issue of complaining, can you explain why this thing is, they can go to the book and we can explain to you. But this was an opportunity to tell the national department, because they also have a 5-year strategic plan in the office of the chief nursing officer, to say, chief nursing officer, can you look at this in your term of 5 years? Nursing council, can you really put this in your strategic plan in the term of 5 years? And we need to really, I'm not saying you didn't understand the script, but I'm saying this was the purpose of us sitting here. There is a lady I want to bring up here so that I can only explain when she is here. And can I call Miss Adrif van Heerden? She must be outside or somewhere. Oh, Darcy, issue. Yeah. Can you, are you going to collect them? Maybe she comes here, maybe I'm shielding her. I need her to come here so that everybody can see her. Thank you. Adri is the Senior Manager, Communications and Marketing in the South African Nursing Council. The whole of this organization of us coming together, the whole of this gala dinner that we enjoyed yesterday, the ease with the registration that you have experienced, the goodies in our registration bags, everything pertaining to the registration, we did not outsource. The design of the programs that we have in our packages, everything that we're using here was not given a tender, except the bags. She is the tender. And when we go to your evaluations, if you say this was well organized, this was well done, it's because of her. She's working with Dr. Krishni. She's standing up there, down there next to the controls. She's working with her and with a team that you have seen outside with SANCTV identifying clothing. So they are the people that were at the desks for the registration. So I will be failing in my duty if I do not ask that we give her this token of appreciation for the Indaba well planned, well run. In her team, she has computer designers, she has other people that she works with. And hence I said, we didn't get a tender to design the programs and to engage, ensure that we have the registration of the thousands of people online. It's because she's working with the team, tirelessly so. And the team MK's party day, and there you are, can you raise your hands so that we can see you? Thank you. And those that are roving with the mics around here, these are her team
that has been assisting us so that we can have this organized as professionally as you can detest to it. And I wanted to say to Adri and the team, Baya Dangi. But also to you at the end there, to you here, and here, and here, and here, and there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2023 Nursing Indaba is declared closed. Can we enjoy lunch?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few final closing matters, please. In consultation with the registrar, the presentations will be saved on the SANC website early next week, because not all of you have left your emails. So please make sure that you go to the website and check, and you will find the presentations there. Please continue with your recommendations and questions, either in the book there in front or by email. Professor Matsipane, your questions, please let us have them that you couldn't air now. And then the key found last night at the gala dinner has still not been claimed. So somebody will not be getting home this afternoon. Please go to the registration or reception, sorry, and that will be then where the keys will be found. And then Ms. Soleka, Sobekwa, you have left your bag outside. Please call at the reception outside the venue so that you can collect your bag. With that, we are done. Lunch, I think, is served in the same venue as yesterday, otherwise the Serengeti. But I will be able to let you know. Safe travel, and thanks for attending. Thank you.